Welcome to AI Otaku Studio. Like, subscribe, and enjoy this video. Chapter 1, Merging the Template, Heavenly Frost Sword God Wu Changkong. Douluo Continent, Extreme North. This place was frozen for thousands of miles and extremely cold, a veritable forbidden zone for humans. However, at this moment on the snow, a frost saber-toothed tiger over 10 meters long lay fallen, its warm blood rapidly frozen by the severe cold. In front of the frost saber-toothed tiger's corpse, Lin Han sat cross-legged. Beneath him, 4 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, pulsated slowly. In front of him, a clear ice-blue longsword floated, its blade lustrous and its edge gleaming with cold light. And this was his 5th spirit ring. A black ring of light was emerging from the frost saber-toothed tiger's corpse, drawn by Lin Han and settling around the heavenly frost sword. Lin Han was 15 years old, over 1.8 meters tall, with a posture as upright as a pine tree. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. A head of light ice-blue hair fell to his waist, swaying gently in the biting cold wind. He had a high-bridged nose, thin lips, and an habitually indifferent expression. Right now, he was focusing all his energy on absorbing that black 10,000-year spirit ring. Not far away, 2 stunningly beautiful women, one tall and one short, stood quietly, guarding the youth. The taller woman wore a snow-white dress, with long, pure white hair falling to her feet. Her temperament was noble and pure. She was indeed the Snow Empress. The slightly shorter girl had a petite and lovely figure, with jade-green hair tied into twin ponytails. She was the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress looked at Lin Han, who was absorbing the spirit ring, and frowned. She whispered, "Zua, are you really willing to let little Han leave the extreme north?" The Snow Empress's voice was cold, yet carried a trace of helplessness. 3 years ago, little Han already wanted to go out. Back then, we agreed that once he broke through to become a spirit king, he could go out into the world. Now that he is already a spirit king, do you want me to break my promise? The Ice Empress stamped her foot, her voice full of resentment. But I just can't bear to let little Han go. The Snow Empress sighed softly. Binger, little Han is human. He cannot stay in the extreme north forever. Having no contact with humans is not good for his future growth. The Ice Empress pursed her lips and said no more, but her orange-gold eyes were filled with reluctance. An hour later, that black spirit ring was finally completely absorbed, floating stably around the heavenly frost sword. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. A 5-ring spirit king achieved. Lin Han slowly opened his eyes, and the fluctuations of spirit power around his body returned to calm. Rank 51. He stood up, shook the ice and snow off his body, and came before the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Sister Binger, Sister Zuya, then I'm leaving. Lin Han's voice was clear, without the slightest hesitation. The Snow Empress looked at him and nodded. Go on, be safe in everything. Binger and I will wait for you to return in the extreme north. The Ice Empress's eyes reddened slightly. She took a step forward and hugged Lin Han tightly. Little Han, if anyone bullies you out there, come back and tell us. Zua and I will help you freeze them all into ice sculptures. Lin Han smiled and gently patted her back. I know, Sister Binger. With that, he turned and walked toward the outskirts of the extreme north, his figure quickly disappearing into the vast wind and snow. Looking in the direction of Lin Han's departure, the Ice Empress couldn't help but want to follow. She grabbed the Snow Empress's hand and began to act spoiled. Zua, good sister, it's little Han's first time going to the human world. I really can't feel at ease. Let's just quietly follow behind and take a look, just one look, okay? The Snow Empress's originally firm stance began to waver under the Ice Empress's persistent begging. Having lived with Lin Han for over a decade alongside the Ice Empress, she had long since grown accustomed to having Lin Han around. How could she not worry about him as well? Just this once, not to be repeated. Yay, Zua, you're the best. The Ice Empress cheered, and pulling the Snow Empress along, the two of them quietly concealed their figures and followed from a distance. Walking on the ice field, Lin Han's state of mind was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. He was a transmigrator. Over a decade ago, while still an infant, he was picked up in the snow by the Ice Empress and brought back to the core region of the extreme north. He didn't know why he transmigrated, nor why he ended up in the extreme north. Perhaps it was because in his past life, Lin Han really liked the two characters, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. And it was precisely due to this twist of fate that he was raised by the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. It wasn't until he awakened his past life's memories at the age of 6 that Lin Han realized with a shock that he had come to the world of the Douluo Continent. Not only that, but during his spirit awakening, Lin Han also awakened a cheat, merging with the template of a character from his past life's memories. Wu Changkong. He not only obtained Wu Changkong's heavenly frost sword spirit, but also inherited Wu Changkong's outstanding cultivation talent. It was just that the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were too protective, always feeling that the human world was too dangerous and refusing to let him leave. In the end, he made an agreement with his two sisters that as long as he could break through to become a spirit king, they would let him go out to see the world. Today, this agreement was finally fulfilled. He was 15 years old, a rank 51 spirit king. This speed could be considered that of a genius, even in the human world. In order not to worry his two sisters, his spirit ring configuration did not pursue the absolute limit. His first spirit ring was 600 years, and his second spirit ring was 900 years, both at the edge of the limit. His third spirit ring was over 3,000 years, and his fourth spirit ring was over 9,000 years. The fifth spirit ring he had just absorbed was from a 29,000-year frost saber-toothed tiger. This was already the most suitably aged spirit beast he could find in the outskirts of the extreme north. As for spirit bones, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress's collections were entirely of the ultimate ice attribute. Although his heavenly frost sword was strong, it was not ultimate, so he could not absorb them. No matter, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The immediate priority was to go to Heaven Du City and find Dugu Bo's ice and fire yin yang well. The immortal herbs there were the key to rapidly improving his strength. At the same time, outskirts of the extreme north, frozen forest. Roar! With a deafening roar, a huge ice snow demon leopard was frantically chasing 8 young girls. Every one of the girls had a graceful figure and beautiful features, wearing identical Blue Academy uniforms. They were students of Tianshui Academy who had just obtained their spirit rings. They just hadn't expected that right after obtaining their spirit rings, they would encounter such a powerful spirit beast, forcing them to scatter and flee. Teacher Lin, a girl with water blue hair, cried out in alarm. In order to cover their retreat, their leading teacher, a rank 53 spirit king, had already been swatted away by the ice snow demon leopard's claw, her fate unknown. This ice snow demon leopard had at least 30,000 years of cultivation, which was not something they could contend with at all. The leading blue-haired girl was none other than the captain of the Tianshui team, Shui Binja. Shui Binja gritted her teeth and shouted to the team members behind her. Everyone run in different directions. But how could their speed match that of the ice snow demon leopard, which was renowned for its agility? A huge shadow loomed over them, and a foul-smelling gale blew in their faces. The demon leopard opened its bloody maw and lunged at the nearest Shui Yuia. Shui Yuia was scared out of her wits, her legs giving way, and she collapsed directly onto the snow. Yuia! Shui Binja and the others cried out in despair. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Seeking Death. Chapter 2, Lonely Cold Sword. Everyone felt their vision blur as an ice-blue figure blocked the path in front of Shui Yuia. It was a tall, upright youth. He held an ice-blue longsword, and 5 spirit rings suddenly rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. The dazzling light of the spirit rings left the girls of Tianshui Academy stunned. A 5-ring spirit king. And judging by his age, he seemed to be about the same age as them. Lin Han ignored the exclamations behind him. With the heavenly frost sword in hand, his aura climbed steadily. First spirit ability, Cold Edge. Lin Han's strength, attack power, and penetration effect increased simultaneously by 60%. His ice spirit power poured entirely into the sword body, causing the blade's penetration power to skyrocket, easily tearing through heavy armor and maximizing his close-quarters destructive power. Third spirit ability, Heavenly Frost Art. Lin Han's attack speed, movement speed, and critical hit rate increased simultaneously by 120%. Lin Han's movements suddenly became incredibly swift. His sword strikes were as fast as flowing light, his critical hit rate greatly improved, his armor-breaking strikes became increasingly fierce, and his attack rhythm accelerated significantly. His figure was as fast as flowing light, leaving trails of afterimages on the snow. The ice snow demon leopard let out a roar, its sharp claws carrying icy cold energy as it swiped at Lin Han. Lin Han did not dodge or evade. The spirit power within his body surged frantically into the Heavenly Frost Sword. The next moment, his fifth spirit ring flashed. Fifth spirit ability, Lonely Cold Sword. All the clamor ceased at this moment. Between heaven and earth, only that exceptionally brilliant ice blue sword light remained. The sword light flashed and vanished. Lin Han's figure appeared behind the ice snow demon leopard, and the longsword dissipated. The ice snow demon leopard's massive body froze in place. From head to tail, a faint line of ice appeared. The next second, its entire body was instantly frozen into a giant ice sculpture, then it shattered with a boom, turning into ice dust filling the sky. With just one sword strike, he instantly killed a 30,000-year-old spirit beast. The entire ice seal forest fell into dead silence. Shui Yuya was still sitting paralyzed on the ground, staring blankly at that back, her heart pounding. So handsome, he is truly so handsome. Not just her but Zuwu Kyryushui, Yuheiru Gukingbo and Shen Liuyu, these proud daughters of Tianshui Academy, were all staring at the youth with eyes mixed with shock, admiration and curiosity. Too strong and also too good-looking. Shui Binja was the first to regain her senses. She straightened her slightly messy clothes, stepped forward and bowed slightly to Lin Han. "I am Shui Binja of Tianshui Academy. Thank you for saving our lives." Her voice was cold and pleasant, her tone filled with gratitude. Lin Han turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group of girls before him. It really is Tianshui Academy. He didn't expect that just after leaving the extreme north, he would run into them. It was just a small effort. Lin Han's reply was concise. At this moment, Teacher Lin, who had been swiped away, also struggled to walk over. Seeing the demon leopard killed by a single strike, her face was filled with shock. She said gratefully to Lin Han, "Thank you, little brother, for your help. May I ask which academy this genius comes from? With such strength, I have never heard of you." Lin Han shook his head and said indifferently, "I have not joined any academy." Teacher Lin was stunned, then her face revealed wild joy. A young genius who hasn't joined an academy and is also an ice attribute spirit king. This is practically a treasure dropped from the sky. She immediately issued an invitation. "Little brother, since you don't have an academy, why not consider our Tianshui Academy? With your talent, our academy will definitely provide you with the best resources." Upon hearing this, Shui Binja was startled. What is wrong with Teacher Lin? Tianshui Academy never recruits male students. Lin Han was not very interested in this proposal. After all, he needed to go get the immortal herb first. He glanced at Shui Binja and asked, "When does the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament begin?" Although Shui Binja was puzzled as to why he asked this, she answered truthfully, "There is still 1 year left." 1 year. A sense of urgency rose in Lin Han's heart. It seems the plan to go to the ice and fire yin-yang well needs to be accelerated, because at 13, Tang San will be heading to Heaven Du City. Lin Han must get there before him and secure the immortal herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well. He nodded to Teacher Lin and Shui Binja. "I have important business to attend to, so I will not stay any longer. If we meet again by fate, I will consider joining the academy." After speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. "Wait!" A crisp voice rang out. It was Shui Yuya. She didn't know where she found the courage, but she ran up with a blushing face and blocked Lin Han's path. I am Shui Yuia. What is your name? Can we get to know each other? She looked up at Lin Han with an expectant face. Looking at the somewhat reckless but very cute girl before him, Lin Han's indifferent expression softened slightly. Lin Han. He paused and said, "You are also very cute." Shui Yuia's face turned beet red in an instant. Shui Binja walked over, pulled her sister, and whispered something to her. She secretly sized up Lin Han, silently repeating the name in her heart. Lin Han, a level 51 Spirit King, looks about the same age as them. Where on earth did this man come from? Lin Han ultimately did not leave immediately. Under the warm invitation of the girls from Tianshui Academy, he returned to Tianshui City with them. After all, he also needed to find a place to get a carriage to head to Heaven-Du City. In the shadows, Ice Empress clenched her fists, pouting. "Zua, look, little Han has only been out for how long, and he's already surrounded by a bunch of women. That one blushing and the one not blushing, they clearly have ill intentions." Snow Empress watched Lin Han, who was surrounded like the moon among stars, and a helpless smile appeared on her face. Little Han is indeed very good-looking and outstanding. It is normal for girls in the human world to like him. HMPH, Ice Empress was even angrier. Half a day later, Lin Han and the group arrived at Tianshui City. At the city gate, Shui Binja looked at Lin Han, her voice as cold as ever, but it carried a hint of a different emotion. "Lin Han, are you really not coming back to the academy with us for a visit? Teacher Lin has already said she can make an exception for you." Shui Yuia was stomping her feet in anxiety to the side, her little face full of reluctance. Yeah, come back with us. There are many fun things in the academy, and if you leave, where will I find you again?" Lin Han looked at her and shook his head helplessly. "All good things must come to an end. I have important business and must head to Heaven-Du City as soon as possible. Until we meet again." After speaking, Lin Han turned and left. Watching the ice-blue figure disappear around the street corner, Shui Yuia's nose soured, and her eyes instantly turned red. Shui Binja gently embraced her sister's shoulder, and a sense of inexplicable loss welled up in her heart as well. That teacher Lin let out a long sigh, her face full of regret. "Such a genius, yet unable to be used by our Tianshui. It is truly a pity. I hope we can meet again." Chapter 3, Dual Emperors at Company, physically castrating Ma Hongjun. Lin Han found a place in the city called the Seven Treasure Firm. Just by the name, one could tell it was an industry of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lin Han understood. He did not linger, instead paying to rent the fastest and best carriage, ready to depart immediately for Heaven-Du City. The carriage was parked in the backyard of the firm, and the coachman was ready. Just as Lin Han was about to lift his foot to board, his movements suddenly paused. He slowly turned around and looked towards an empty alleyway nearby. In the air, a trace of extremely faint yet incredibly familiar fluctuation of aura, Sister Binja's annoyed mood, could not be fully concealed and was immediately detected by Lin Han. After all, they had lived together for more than a decade. "Sister Binja, Sister Zuya, come out," Lin Han said, his voice carrying a rare gentleness. "I know you are following me." The alley was silent for a moment. Then space slightly distorted, and two incredibly beautiful figures appeared out of thin air. It was the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. The Ice Empress pouted, looking unhappy about being caught, her toe unconsciously drawing circles on the ground. The Snow Empress remained calm. She waved her hand, and an invisible mental force barrier instantly enveloped the surroundings, cutting off all sound and detection. Lin Han did not question or get angry. He simply walked forward and said to the two of them earnestly, "Thank you." Lin Han knew that the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were just worried about him, which was why they had followed. He understood these sentiments. This sudden expression of gratitude stunned both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. A helpless smile appeared on the Snow Empress's cold face, while the Ice Empress instantly broke her composure. "Little Han." She lunged forward, hugging Lin Han tightly again, her voice thick with tears. "I'm just worried about you. The human world is too bad. All those women from just now wanted to abduct you." Lin Han found it somewhat amusing, yet also touching, and he gently patted the Ice Empress's back. All right, I know, so I have a proposal. He looked at the Snow Empress, then at the Ice Empress in his arms. Sister Zuya, Sister Binja, you have stayed in the extreme north for so long, it is time to come out and walk around. Why not come with me? The Ice Empress immediately raised her head, her orange-gold eyes sparkling. Really, is that okay? Lin Han nodded, and he slowly continued. Of course, however, can you conceal your spirit beast auras? Otherwise, walking outside would be too conspicuous. Hearing this, the Snow Empress spoke. You don't need to worry about that. Spirit beasts with cultivation exceeding 200,000 years can freely conceal their aura, and even use spirit power to simulate spirit rings indistinguishable from those of human spirit masters. As long as we don't encounter anyone with cultivation exceeding our own, they won't be able to see through the true forms of myself and Binja. As she spoke, the Snow Empress moved her thoughts. 6 black and 3 red spirit rings slowly rose from beneath her feet, emitting a terrifying pressure that made people palpitate. The Ice Empress also hummed proudly, and mimicking the Snow Empress, revealed 8 black and 1 red ring, also 9 rings. Lin Han looked at the dazzling spirit ring configuration, and the worry in his heart dissipated. In this world, there are not many people whose cultivation can far exceed the Snow Empress's. As long as they do not provoke Bibaidong and Kayan Dailiu of the Spirit Hall, they can basically walk sideways across the Douluo Continent. Then it is settled. A genuine smile finally appeared on Lin Han's face. We are going to Heaven Du City together. 7 days later. A luxurious carriage slowly drove into the capital of the Heaven Du Empire, Heaven Du City. Inside the carriage, the Ice Empress was poking at the cushions in boredom, complaining incessantly. This carriage is too slow, it would be faster if we flew ourselves. The Snow Empress sat quietly by the window, watching the bustling street scene outside, seemingly curious about everything. Lin Han sat cross-legged in meditation, turning a deaf ear to the Ice Empress's complaints. The carriage finally stopped. Lin Han opened his eyes and was the first to step off. The magnificent city walls, the endless stream of people, the noisy pedaling, the bustling atmosphere of the human world rushed toward him. He took a deep breath, ice and fire yin-yang well, I am here. Lin Han turned to the side, looking at the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress beside him, and said, Let's find a place to stay first. The Snow Empress's cold face showed little expression, and she simply nodded slightly. I will follow your arrangements. The Ice Empress was a bit impatient, her brows slightly furrowed. Let's go. She still preferred the ice and snow of the extreme north. Lin Han understood. If it were just himself, finding any random inn to stay the night would suffice. But with Sister Binja and Sister Zuya following, he naturally had to stay at the best place. The 7 Treasure firm where he had rented the carriage was an industry of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which had businesses all over Heaven Du City, and that famous 7 Treasure Hotel was not far away. Follow me, Lin Han led the 2 women and walked toward the center of the street. The 7 Treasure Hotel's iconic glazed tile building soon appeared in his field of vision. However, just as the 3 reached the entrance of the hotel, a red figure walked out from inside. He was cursing. Isn't coming to Heaven Du City all about finding some fun? Boss Dai has really been acting like a hypocrite lately. It was a short, round-bodied youth with eye-catching short red hair, currently looking full of resentment. Lin Han's footsteps paused slightly. With this appearance, a name popped into his mind. Ma Hongjin. Just as Lin Han was pondering, the fatty also raised his head and happened to see the 3 people walking toward him. When he saw the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress behind Lin Han, he froze completely. The next second, Ma Hongjin's cheeks flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye, his breathing became heavy, heat even faintly steamed from his body, and his eyes were filled with desire. Yo! With a frivolous call, Ma Hongjin rubbed his hands, squeezed out a smile he thought was handsome, ignored Lin Han entirely, and blocked the path in front of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. 2 beauties, where did you beauties come from? Is this your first time in Heaven Do City? Would you like your brother here to take you around for a good time? As he spoke, his fat hands reached out to rest on the Ice Empress's shoulder. A layer of frost instantly covered the Ice Empress's face, and killing intent surged in her pupils. The last human who dared to touch her had already become an eternal, unmeltable ice sculpture in the extreme north. However, the Snow Empress beside her just gently pressed on her wrist and shook her head slightly. This was a human city, and she was afraid that the Ice Empress would suddenly erupt, leading to the slaughter of innocent people. After all, this was a human city, and the two did not want to make things difficult for Lin Han. Just at this moment, Lin Han said angrily, "Get lost." His tone was filled with coldness. Ma Hongjun's movements stopped. He turned his head to look at Lin Han with some surprise, the smile on his face becoming impatient. "Pretty boy, was I talking to you?" He looked Lin Han up and down, seeing that although he was tall and straight, he did not look strong. The contempt in his eyes grew thicker. "Go to the side, don't delay me from bonding with these two beauties." As he spoke, he actually reached out with his other hand, wanting to push Lin Han aside directly. In Ma Hongjun's view, guys who looked this good were mostly just soft-footed shrimp that looked good but were useless. Lin Han did not waste any more words. A slight sword hum sounded. The heavenly frost sword appeared silently and disappeared in an instant, too fast for anyone to see. It was two sword auras that Lin Han had slashed out in an instant, using the heavenly frost sword. Ma Hongjun was still holding the posture of pushing forward, the expression on his face changing from impatience to astonishment. Because the sword aura was too fast, he hadn't yet had time to feel the pain. "It's you!" He had just wanted to mock Lin Han for playing tricks, when a piercing, excruciating pain suddenly came from his lower body. Ma Hongjun's expression was incredibly horrified. He lowered his head and discovered that the right hand he had just reached out with had been severed. A fat palm lay on the ground. At his crotch, a patch of crimson was spreading rapidly at a terrifying speed. Something important, along with the fabric, had fallen neatly to the ground. "Ah!" A shrill, miserable howl erupted from Ma Hongjun's throat, resounding throughout the entire Seven Treasure Hotel. His legs went weak, and clutching his bleeding lower body, he knelt directly on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. Lin Han looked on with cold eyes. He did not kill Ma Hongjun directly. For a person like Ma Hongjun, just dying would be letting him off too easily. Just at this moment, an angry male voice came. "Fatty." Chapter 4: A Single Sword Sweeps Shrek. A person rushed out from the hotel, golden-haired with evil eyes, a fierce aura surrounding him. The newcomer saw Ma Hongjun twitching on the ground at a glance, along with the shocking pool of blood beneath him. "Fatty." With a roar, Dai Mubai rushed to Ma Hongjun's side. When he saw Ma Hongjun's miserable state, a violent surge of spirit power instantly exploded from his body. He looked up abruptly, glaring at Lin Han, who was standing to the side. "Who are you? How dare you commit such a vicious act?" Dai Mubai's voice was filled with killing intent. Two yellow and one purple spirit rings suddenly appeared, and the aura of an attack system spirit elder pressed down on Lin Han without reservation. Lin Han remained expressionless. This spirit power pressure was absolutely no burden to him. "Boss Dai my hand." Ma Hongjun was crying and snotting from the pain, pointing at the severed palm on the ground and then at his own mangled lower body, and... He couldn't even finish his sentence. The severe pain and fear made him nearly faint. The hotel door was pushed open again, and more people swarmed out. Tang San, Zyro Wu Oscar, Zhujuking Ning Rongrong. The members of the Shrek 7 Devils were actually all here. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a burly, broad-shouldered man also came out. Seeing the scene before them, their expressions changed drastically. The man with glasses, the dean of Shrek Academy, Flender, rushed to Ma Hongjun's side in a single stride, his voice trembling. "Hongjun." He examined Ma Hongjun's injuries, his face instantly turning ashen. He quickly took out medicinal pills from his spirit tool and stuffed them into Ma Hongjun's mouth. "Mubai Wuji," Flender's voice was hoarse, "don't let them run. I'll take Hongjun for treatment first." Upon hearing this, the burly man named Xiao Wuji cracked his joints, and his bull-like eyes locked onto Lin Han and the other two. He didn't say a word, but his predatory posture said everything. Tang San supported Zyro Wu, telling her not to get too close. He looked at Lin Han, his brows locked, and his mysterious jade hand was already quietly activated. Why are you so ruthless? To a peer with whom you have no deep hatred, how could you commit such a crippling act? Tang San's voice was deep. He couldn't understand what kind of hatred required such a method to resolve. Lin Han finally looked up, his gaze sweeping across Tang San's face before landing on that pool of blood. This person was disrespectful and harassed my two sisters. Leaving him alive is already an act of mercy. This sentence left everyone on the Shrek side stunned. Mercy? Crippling someone like this is called mercy. Dai Mubai interrupted Tang San, who still wanted to argue, and roared. Little San Zhuking, Zyro Wu, why waste words with this kind of person? Daring to touch my brother, he won't be leaving this place on his feet today. Dai Mubai's words instantly ignited everyone's anger. Zyro Wu's eyes were filled with hostility. Zhu Zhuking's figure lowered slightly, ready to strike. Oscar and Ning Rongrong also quickly retreated, their respective spirit powers beginning to surge, ready to provide support at any moment. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Lin Han seemed not to see their tense posture. He turned to the side and said softly to Snow Empress and Bingdi behind him. Sister Zuya, Sister Binja, step back and wait for me for a moment. Bingdi had long been unable to hold back. Upon hearing this, she curled her lip. Little Han, finish this quickly, I'm hungry. Snow Empress tugged on Lin Han's sleeve, her voice lowered so only the three of them could hear. Little Han, that girl in pink seems to be a spirit beast, but she is mixed in with these people. Lin Han paused slightly, then returned to normal, also responding in a low voice. I know, we'll talk about it later. He walked forward 2 steps, completely shielding Bingdi and Snow Empress behind him. Zhao Wuji had originally wanted to intervene, but seeing that his opponent was just a youth, and seeing Tang San and the other 6 all ready for battle, his desire to intervene faded. He crossed his arms and stepped aside, not wanting to get a reputation for bullying the young. Seeing that Zhao Wuji had no intention of intervening, Tang San felt slightly relieved. He stepped forward, activating his purple demon eye, attempting to see through Lin Han's strength. Sir, I will give you one last chance. Apologize for your actions and we can. Noisy. Lin Han impatiently interrupted him. He didn't want to waste any more time. A clear sword hum sounded, and the ice-blue heavenly frost sword instantly appeared in his right hand. The next moment, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. 5 spirit rings rose in sequence from beneath Lin Han's feet, their brilliant light instantly illuminating the entire street. Especially the last one, the deep, night-like black 10,000-year spirit ring, which carried a terrifying pressure that made hearts palpitate, fiercely assaulting the nerves of everyone present. 5 rings, Spirit King. The sausage incantation in Oscar's mouth stopped halfway, stuck in his throat, and the expression on his face froze. The light of Ning Rongrong's support had just lit up from her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, but it flickered unsteadily due to the shock. Dai Mubai's momentum as he charged forward came to an abrupt halt, his anger replaced by shock. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Tang San was incredibly shocked. His prized purple demon eye felt a stinging pain when he saw that black spirit ring. Spirit King. This youth, who looked to be about the same age as himself, was actually a spirit king. How is this possible? This completely overturned all their understanding of spirit master cultivation. Zhao Wuji's arms, which were crossed over his chest, dropped suddenly. His bull-like eyes widened, and his mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. He had misjudged. He had actually misjudged. This wasn't some spirit elder. This was a genuine spirit king. A monster only 15 or 16 years old. The Shrek group was deeply shaken, and Lin Han's attack had already arrived. He didn't give them any time to recover from their shock. The 4th purple spirit ring suddenly shone brightly. 4th spirit ability, Ice and Frost Chill. With Lin Han as the center, a visible extreme frost aura suddenly spread out, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The ground, walls, and even the air instantly condensed into a thin layer of frost. The sky was filled with wind and snow that appeared out of thin air, surging and raging. Countless fine heavenly frost sword auras, as thin as ox hair, wove through the snow, sweeping in all directions. Not good, it's an area attack, retreat quickly. Tang San was the first to react and shouted sternly. But it was already too late. The cold air penetrated their marrow, and the bone-chilling cold made their movements instantly sluggish and stiff. Dai Mubai felt that his spirit power circulation had become obstructed. With a roar, he activated his third and first spirit abilities. White Tiger Vajra Transformation. White Tiger Barrier. His body expanded, his muscles bulged, attempting to use his formidable physical strength to resist this chill. However, those fine sword auras struck him, creating a series of sparks. While they couldn't immediately break through his defenses after his White Tiger Vajra transformation, the frost power attached to them was constantly eroding his spirit power barrier. First spirit ability, Binding. Third spirit ability, Spider Web Restraint. Tang San reacted extremely quickly. Several thick blue-silver grass vines burst from the ground, and at the same time, a huge spider web descended from above, attempting to restrict Lin Han's movements. But as soon as his blue-silver grass touched the frost domain, the surface was quickly covered in frost, becoming brittle and hard, shattering into ice shards at the slightest touch. Tang San's heart sank. His control system spirit was completely suppressed in the face of this extreme cold. Rongrong's Dai Mubai roared. Ening Rongrong suppressed the shock in her heart, and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda shone brightly. 7 treasures turn out a glazed tile pagoda. First, power. Second, spade. 2 beams of light landed precisely on Dai Mubai Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, increasing their strength and speed by 30% instantly. Oscar also reacted, quickly chanting the incantation, "I have a big sausage." Several recovery sausages were tossed to his teammates. Third spirit ability, Hell Decapitation. Under the boost, Zhu Zhuqing's figure turned into an afterimage, pouncing on Lin Han from the flank, her sharp claws glowing with a cold black light. First spirit ability, Waist Bow. Zyro Wu's figure followed closely behind, her flexible waist exploding with astonishing power, her long scorpion braid acting like a steel whip, striking directly at Lin Han's back. Dai Mubai was the frontal assault, his white tiger barrier shining brightly as he pushed through the wind and snow sword auras, a pair of tiger palms slapping toward Lin Han's head. The 3 coordinated tacitly, instantly forming a pincer movement. The Shrek Academy group felt slightly relieved. Even a spirit king should be flustered for a while when facing such tight coordination from the 6 of them. Zhao Wuji watched from the side and nodded inwardly. These little freaks had good on-the-spot reactions indeed. Facing the pincer movement of the 3 from Shrek, Lin Han's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Within the ice and frost chill domain, he was the only master. First spirit ability, Cold Edge. Strength, attack power, and penetration effect increased by 60% simultaneously. Third spirit ability, Heavenly Frost Art. Attack speed, movement speed, and critical hit rate increased by 120% simultaneously. The light of the 2 spirit rings instantly merged into the Heavenly Frost Sword, the blade emitting an increasingly clear humming sound, and the temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply again. Lin Han's figure left a faint frost afterimage in place, while his physical body had already disappeared. Watch out! Tang San's purple demon eye could only capture a series of blurred trajectories, and he immediately called out a warning. Zhu Zhuqing's Hell Decapitation landed on empty air, the sharp claw wind leaving only a few deep scratches on the ground. Chapter 5, forcibly extracting Tang San's 8 spider lances. Before she could adjust her posture, a bone-chilling cold attacked from her side and rear. On the other side, just as Zyro Wu's long braid, attacking from the rear, was swung out, an ice-blue sword light precisely blocked her path. After the sword body knocked Zyro Wu's braid away, her figure stumbled backward uncontrollably. In front, Dai Mubai's furious tiger palm had already struck. Relying on the formidable body granted by his white tiger Vajra transformation, he forcefully withstood the sword Kai and Frost within the domain, swearing to tear the person before him to shreds. Lin Han raised his left hand casually and flicked his finger. A solid beam of sword Kai accurately struck the center of Dai Mubai's tiger palm. Dai Mubai only felt a sharp, stinging pain, and his forward momentum stalled abruptly. In this momentary pause, Lin Han had already completed all his countermeasures. However, when fighting 4 against 1, it was naturally simplest to defeat them one by one. The next moment, Lin Han's figure flashed past Zhu Qing's side. He held his fingers together like a blade and lightly tapped the back of her neck with the back of his hand. Zhu Qing only felt a numbness in the back of her neck. Her vision instantly went black, and her body collapsed softly, unable to even let out a muffled groan. From dodging, blocking, and countering to knocking one person down, the entire process was as fluid as flowing water, fast enough to dazzle the eyes. Zhu Qing. Seeing Zhu Qing fall, Dai Mubai's eyes instantly turned crimson, his reason swallowed by rage. "I'll kill you." The spirit power on his body erupted without reservation, his physique expanded another circle, and he completely abandoned defense. His pair of tiger palms, carrying a powerful wind that tore through the air, struck crazily toward Lin Han. Lin Han flipped his wrist, and the heavenly frost sword met Dai Mubai's tiger palms head-on. Clang! An incomparably crisp sound rang out. Under the dual enhancement of the cold edge and the heavenly frost art, the sharpness of the heavenly frost sword reached an unimaginable level. Dai Mubai's white tiger barrier, which he took such pride in, was as fragile as a bubble before the heavenly frost sword and was instantly pierced. The sword edge drove straight in. Under the gaze of Dai Mubai's wide, shocked pupils, it easily sliced through his skin and muscles, which were as hard as iron after the white tiger Vajra transformation. Splat! A spurt of blood shot out from his chest. Dai Mubai let out a painful groan as his tall body stumbled backward. A wound on his chest, deep enough to see bone, looked hideous and terrifying. He struggled to stand up again, but blood loss and severe injury made his vision go dark. Finally, he let out a roar of unwillingness and collapsed heavily into a pool of blood, falling completely unconscious. "Boss Dai!" Zyro Wu exclaimed. Looking at the fallen Dai Mubai, the anger in her heart completely overwhelmed her fear. First spirit ability, waist bow. She closed in again. This time, she abandoned long braid attacks and chose her most proficient close quarters grappling. Lin Han stood in place, not even looking at her. He merely raised his left hand casually. Before Zyro Wu's attack could arrive, he struck first despite starting later, landing a palm lightly on her abdomen. Zyro Wu's momentum stopped abruptly. A cold spirit power, like a maggot on the bone, instantly rushed into her body, freezing her meridians and leaving her stiff and unable to move. Immediately after, Lin Han pushed with his palm. Zyro Wu, like a puppet that had lost control, fell straight backward and hit the ground, following in Zhu Qing's footsteps and fainting. In the blink of an eye, half of the aggressive Shrek 6 had already fallen. Oscar and Ning Rongrong stood in the distance, watching this one-sided slaughter, completely terrified. They had never imagined that one day, the team they took such pride in would be so easily and effortlessly defeated by someone of their own age. Zhao Wuji's arms, which had been crossed over his chest, had been lowered at some point. The relaxed expression on his face was long gone, replaced by unprecedented gravity. This youth was excessively strong. Zyro Wu. Tang San's roar rang out, looking at Zyro Wu lying on the ground, then at Dai Mubai in the pool of blood and the unconscious Zhu Qing. An unprecedented violent emotion surged wildly from the bottom of his heart. He no longer held anything back. Huge crossbow. Flying needles. Dozens of cold lights, quenched with deadly poison, shot out from his hands, firing toward Lin Han's vital points from various tricky angles. However, these hidden weapons, which struck fear into the hearts of people in the Spirit Master's world, suddenly slowed down upon entering the 1-meter radius around Lin Han. A layer of frost quickly condensed on their surfaces, and finally, they clattered to the ground without causing Lin Han the slightest injury. The icy, frosty domain was his best defense. "It's useless," Lin Han's voice remained calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. Tang San ignored him. he knew that conventional methods were already ineffective against this person. He gritted his teeth hard, and the clothes on his back were instantly torn apart. Click, click, click. 8 hideous, purple-black spider legs thrust out from his back, shimmering with a cold, eerie luster. The tip of each spider leg was incomparably sharp. External spirit bone, 8 spider lances. The moment the 8 spider lances appeared, Tang San's entire aura changed, and a bloodthirsty killing intent radiated wildly from him. I will make you pay for what you have done. Tang San roared, his 8 spider legs stomping hard on the ground, and his entire body shot toward Lin Han like an arrow released from a bowstring. The 8 sharp spider legs, like 8 indestructible spears, stabbed at all parts of Lin Han's body simultaneously, sealing off all his retreat paths. Lin Han finally moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward Tang San. The heavenly frost sword traced icy blue trajectories in the air, constantly colliding with the 8 spider legs. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of metal clashing was endless, and sparks flew everywhere. The more Tang San fought, the more alarmed he became. His 8 spider lances were indestructible, yet in front of the opponent's ice blue longsword, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Every collision sent a piercing chill through the spider legs, making his circulation of spirit power sluggish. What terrified him even more was that the opponent's speed was too fast. Under the enhancement of the heavenly frost art, Lin Han's figure was elusive, his sword light flashing east and west, and Tang San's 8 spider legs simply couldn't lock onto him completely. Snap! A harsh, crisp sound rang out. One of Tang San's spider legs, in another collision with the heavenly frost sword, was actually snapped off. A sharp pain surged, and Tang San let out a muffled groan. However, this was just the beginning. Lin Han seized this opening, and the sword light poured down like a rainstorm. Snap, snap, snap. With several more crisp sounds, the remaining 7 spider legs of Tang San were all cut off by Lin Han within a few short seconds. Tang San let out a miserable scream. With the 8 spider lances destroyed, he fell from the air like a kite with a broken string. Lin Han's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, grabbing the base where the 8 spider lances connected to his spine. An unprecedented fear and chill rose in Tang San's heart. He wanted to struggle, only to find his whole body imprisoned by a cold aura, unable to move. Use, what are you doing? Lin Han did not answer him. He just exerted force with his arms suddenly. Rip! That was the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. The next moment, Tang San's shrill, miserable howl rang out. The external spirit bone, 8 spider lances, was actually forcibly and vividly ripped out from his spine by Lin Han. At this point in time, Tang San and the others had not yet been to the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, and Tang San's external spirit bone had not yet fully fused with his body, so it could be detached. Blood gushed from Tang San's back like a fountain, instantly staining the ground red. Tang San's screams stopped abruptly. His body twitched violently twice before he fell completely unconscious, his life or death unknown. Lin Han casually put the bloody 8 spider lances into his spirit tool. The spirit rings on the heavenly frost sword faded, and he slowly turned around, the cold aura around him also receding. Enning Rongrong and Oscar were stunned in place, not knowing what to do. How could someone be so brutal? The entire street was deathly silent. All the onlookers were scared out of their wits by this bloody and brutal scene. That was an external spirit bone. A supreme treasure that every spirit master dreamed of. Was it just ripped out of someone's body like that? Zhao Wuji's muscles were all tensed up. Looking at Tang San, who was lying in a pool of blood with a huge bloody hole in his back, an uncontrollable rage rushed straight to his head. You are courting death. He could no longer stand by and watch. With a raw 7 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from under his feet, and a massive pressure of spirit power pressed toward Lin Han like a mountain. However, just as he took a step, a pressure 100, or even 1,000 times more terrifying than his own, exploded from the petite, green-haired girl behind Lin Han. The Ice Empress was finally impatient. So annoying, are you done yet? She just took one step forward, and that terrifying aura belonging to a 370,000-year-old fierce beast swept across the entire scene like an invisible ice tsunami. Zhao Wuji only felt an unshakable iceberg slam into him. Before he could even activate his spirit avatar, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. His bones were all groaning, and blood even seeped from his 7 orifices. Flender, who was beside him, couldn't even scream. He rolled his eyes and was instantly knocked unconscious by this pressure. Suppressing a spirit saint in a single thought. Lin Han looked at the people lying all over the ground, his voice cold and clear. You haven't disciplined your students well, today shall be the punishment. After speaking, Lin Han prepared to take the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress away from here. Lin Han was no longer in the mood to go to the 7 Treasure Hotel to rest. Chapter 6 I Seal Yu Zairogang, Aftermath Revenge. However, just at this moment, a slightly stiff voice came from the corner of the street. Stop, who are you people? Why are you committing violence in Heaven Do City, and even injuring my disciple? A middle-aged man with a flat-top haircut, dressed in ordinary, unremarkable clothes, walked over quickly. It was none other than Yu Zairogang. At a single glance, he saw Tang San, who looked like a bloody mess, and the extracted, gore-covered 8 spider lances beside him. His heart was bleeding. His theories, his hopes, the glory of his remaining life, they were all pinned on Tang San. Little San, Yu Zairogang's eyes were bursting with rage as he pointed at Lin Han, preparing to shout in anger. Lin Han, however, couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. The heavenly frost sword appeared once again, and he just casually swung it in that direction. An ice-blue sword aura instantly tore through the air, striking Yu Zairogang precisely the moment he opened his mouth. Yu Zairogang's voice came to an abrupt halt. His entire person, along with the expression of fury on his face and the finger pointing at Lin Han, was instantly frozen into a crystalline ice sculpture, standing in the middle of the street. Lin Han sheathed his sword, and the heavenly frost sword dissipated into specks of ice-blue light. He turned to the side and said to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress behind him, "Let's go." Throughout the entire process, he did not look at the Shrek members lying on the ground, whose conditions were unknown, nor did he spare another glance at the ice sculpture. What a hassle, next time let's just kill them all. The Ice Empress muttered in a low voice, following in Lin Han's footsteps. She still felt that little Han was too kind. There was no need to show mercy to these ants who actively provoked them. The Snow Empress didn't speak, but with a wave of her hand, an invisible barrier enveloped the 3 of them, cutting off all prying eyes. The 3 of them just walked away slowly under the gaze of everyone. Wherever they passed, the crowd retreated to both sides like a tide, clearing a wide path, with fear written on everyone's faces. It wasn't until their figures completely disappeared at the end of the street that the suffocating atmosphere finally eased slightly. Gulp, someone swallowed hard. The sound was exceptionally clear in the silent street. Quickly go notify the city guard. What about the people at the 7 Treasure Hotel? Hurry and save them. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Lin Han and his 2 companions did not return to the 7 Treasure Hotel. He casually found an inn that looked reasonably clean and asked for 2 superior rooms. Why 2 rooms? The Ice Empress stood at the doorway, arms crossed, looking at Lin Han with a displeased expression. You and Sister Zuya will share one, and I'll take one for myself, Lin Han replied calmly. I don't want that, the Ice Empress flatly refused. I want to be in the same room as you. What if someone comes to cause trouble in the middle of the night again? Before Lin Han could speak, the Snow Empress reached out and gently tapped the Ice Empress on the forehead. Stop fooling around, Binger. The Snow Empress's voice was cold and clear, yet carried an undeniable tone of authority. Little Han has grown up. Men and women should stay separate. The Ice Empress covered her forehead and pouted aggrievedly, but ultimately didn't insist further, being pulled into the room by the Snow Empress against her will. Lin Han shook his head helplessly and walked into his own room as well. Not long after, the waiter brought up the food, and the 3 of them dined in the Snow Empress's room. At the dinner table, the Ice Empress was still poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, venting her dissatisfaction. Lin Han took a few bites, then suddenly put down his chopsticks. Sister Zuya, Sister Binger, did you too feel the aura of any experts just now? The Snow Empress, who was picking up food for Lin Han, paused. She thought back carefully for a moment, then shook her head. No, apart from that seven-ring spirit saint, there were no noteworthy auras in the vicinity. The Ice Empress snorted and said indifferently, none at all. What's wrong, little Han? What are you worried about? Lin Han shook his head slightly. It's nothing. I just have a feeling those people from earlier might still try to pull some tricks. When Lin Han had extracted Tang San's 8 spider lances, it was just a matter of convenience. Besides, these 8 spider lances could be given to Douluo Bo. After all, Lin Han was not one to forcibly seize things from others. This external spirit bone was the best for storing toxins, but he didn't know if Douluo Bo would have the guts to accept it. After all, this was the spirit bone of Tang Hao's son. Lin Han, however, didn't care about Tang Hao. With Sister Binger and Sister Zuya by his side, what was there to fear from an injured Tang Hao? At this moment, the Ice Empress slammed her chopsticks onto the table, the corners of her mouth curling up. What's there to fear? If it weren't for being in the city and worrying about causing you trouble, I would have frozen them along with that lousy hotel into ice blocks. I'd freeze one if one came, and a pair if two came. She felt extremely dissatisfied that she had only suppressed Zhao Wuji with her aura earlier instead of taking direct action. In the Ice Empress's view, this was simply a huge humiliation. The Snow Empress looked at Lin Han and comforted him softly. Little Han, you don't need to overthink it. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes or tricks are meaningless. Get some good rest. Tomorrow we still need to go find the thing you want. Lin Han nodded and didn't continue the topic. The Snow Empress was right, thinking more was useless. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. He would deal with whatever came his way. His most urgent task now was still the ice and fire yin-yang well. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Hotel, inside the luxury suite on the top floor, the atmosphere was so oppressive it made people unable to breathe. Flender, Zhao Wuji, as well as Ning Rongrong and Oscar, were all sitting on the sofa, dejected and silent. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were lying on the beds, their faces pale. Although they had regained consciousness, the cold energy within their bodies had not been completely dissipated, and they remained physically weak. The most miserable ones were Ma Hongjun and Tang San on the other 2 beds. Ma Hongjun's severed hand had been reattached, but whether it could return to normal was another matter. He had his head completely covered by a blanket, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he was emitting suppressed sobs. The pain and humiliation of being castrated had completely destroyed this fatty, who usually liked to frequent brothels. By Tang San's bedside, Zyro Wu was using a damp towel to gently wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. His complexion was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color. Although the wounds on his back had stopped bleeding and scabbed over under the spirit ability of a healing-type spirit master, the emptiness and intense pain brought about by the loss of his external spirit bone continued to assault his nerves like waves. Every breath tugged at the muscles on his back, making him unable to stop from twitching slightly. Third brother, Zyro Wu's voice was choked with sobs. Seeing Tang San's painful appearance, her heart was breaking. She swore that she would make the person who hurt third brother pay 1,000-fold price. Da Ming, Ming, when I return, I will definitely ask you to help third brother take revenge. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing sat in a corner, silent. In her mind, she was repeatedly replaying the battle from the day. That youth named Lin Han and that ice-blue sword were deeply etched into her mind. She couldn't even see how he made his move before she was knocked down. That speed, that power, that absolute control over the battle, is this what a spirit king is? No, an ordinary spirit king could never be this terrifying. She glanced at Dai Mubai, who was lying on another bed with his chest wrapped in bandages, still unconscious, and an unprecedented sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. The strength they were so proud of was ridiculously fragile in front of the other party. Ning Rongrong was resting her chin on her hand, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. She hadn't been blinded by rage like Zyro Wu, nor was she intimidated by the disparity in strength like Zhu Zhuqing. As the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she thought about more. Lin Han, a 15 or 16-year-old spirit king, ice attribute. His origin was unknown, yet he was as strong as a monster. When did such a person appear in Heaven Dew City? What kind of faction stood behind him? She subconsciously felt that this matter must be reported to her father as soon as possible. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Just at this moment, the door was pushed open violently. Yu Zairogang, who had just been unfrozen, rushed in. At a single glance, he saw Tang San, who was like a cripple on the bed, and his entire person froze. When his gaze fell upon the cold box in Flender's hand, containing the 8 spider lances, a rush of blood surged straight to his head. Little San, he rushed to the bedside in a few steps, watching the miserable state of his proudest disciple, his heart aching as if twisted. Flender, Yu Zairogang turned his head violently, his eyes bloodshot. Who exactly are those 3 people? Flender shook his head wearily and pointed to the bulge in the blanket on the other side. I don't know. Hongjun also had his right hand severed and he has also been crippled. Yu Zairogang looked in the direction he pointed, only then noticing Ma Hongjun's miserable state. After he learned the full sequence of events from Oscar, a nameless fire instantly burned away all his reason. He wasn't angry at Lin Han, but at Ma Hongjun. I told you long ago to keep Ma Hongjun's evil fire in check. Don't let him cause trouble all day long. Yu Zairogang pointed at Flender's nose, his voice angry. If it wasn't for him actively provoking those 2 women, how would Little San have ended up like this? Zairogang, Flender was also angry. He stood up abruptly, his burly frame bringing a strong sense of oppression. Is this the time to talk about this? Hongjun is already miserable enough. Shouldn't justice for Little San be sought? Yu Zairogang was stunned by his shout. That's right, seek justice. A tall and mighty figure instantly flashed through Yu Zairogang's mind, his idol, the clear sky Douluo. As long as Tang Hao is here, in this world, who would dare to touch his son? Thinking of this, the anger and panic in Yu Zairogang's heart finally subsided a lot. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Tomorrow, we will go to the Heaven Du Imperial Academy. Chapter 7, Poison Douluo. Why am I so unlucky? Lin Han and his 2 companions did not take the turmoil in Heaven Du City to heart. Early the next morning, they left that inn and headed straight for the East City Gate, their goal clear. Once out of the city, Sister Binja could no longer hold back. She caught up to Lin Han in a few steps, tilted her head, and asked, Little Han, where are we going? You are being so secretive. She had completely lost interest in human cities. Those noisy crowds and fragile buildings were far less tranquil than the ice and snow of the extreme north. Lin Han did not stop walking, his voice steady, to the Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest, Sister Binja wrinkled her petite nose. What is fun about that place? Lin Han smiled, he had already prepared his excuse. I cannot quite say. He stopped walking and turned back to look at Sister Binja and Snow Empress, his face carrying a perfectly measured amount of confusion. My spirit, Heavenly Frost Sword, has been giving me a very vague guidance. I feel it is in the direction of the Sunset Forest. There seems to be something very important to me there. Hearing that it was related to Lin Han's cultivation, a look of seriousness appeared on Snow Empress's cold, pristine face. She walked to Lin Han's side and gently tidied the forehead hair that had been ruffled by the wind. Little Han has had his own ideas since he was young. Since the spirit has guidance, there must be a reason for it. We shall go and take a look. Seeing that even Sister Zuya had said so, Sister Binja immediately puffed out her small chest and patted it. That is right, regardless of what it is, with me and Sister Zuya here, what treasure can we not snatch? Let us go, I will back you up. Lin Han felt a warmth in his heart. This was what he loved most about his 2 elder sisters, their unconditional trust and support. He must lead them to become gods and achieve eternal life. Let us go. The 3 did not delay further, their speed suddenly increasing as they sped toward the Sunset Forest 100 miles away. 1 hour later, on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. As soon as they stepped into the forest's perimeter, Sister Binja curled her lip. The spirit beasts here are too fond of running around wildly. Just as she was about to act, Snow Empress had already raised her hand, and an invisible, intangible, yet vast as the ocean pressure, swept silently through the entire Sunset Forest with her at the center. In an instant, the entire forest became quiet. The birds and beasts fell silent, and the chirping of insects ceased abruptly. Those 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit beasts that were originally hiding in the shadows and ready to move, the moment they felt this aura, all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling like chaff, unable to even muster the courage to run away. The kings of the forest, at this moment, became the most docile sheep. Sister Binja felt the environment instantly quiet down and nodded with satisfaction, but then she felt a bit bored. How boring, there is not even anyone coming out to block the way. Lin Han was happy to see this. He did not want to waste time cleaning up these small fry. With Snow Empress's pressure clearing the path, the three moved unimpeded, walking straight toward the core area in the deepest part of the forest. The distance that would take ordinary spirit masters several days to travel took them less than an hour. Soon, a circular mountain range appeared before the three. At the entrance of the valley, a layer of emerald-green poisonous miasma permeated, blocking all lines of sight, and a nauseating, fishy-sweet smell drifted in the air. "What is this smell? It is disgusting." Sister Binja pinched her nose in disgust. An emerald-green spirit power formed a barrier around her body, isolating the poisonous gas. Lin Han knew they had arrived. The entrance to the ice and fire yin-yang well, the lair of Douluo. Just then, a thin, tall figure walked slowly out of that emerald-green poisonous miasma. The person's hair and beard were all in green, his face was expressionless, and a pair of eyes looked like green gemstones, carrying a cold, sinister light. It was none other than the titled Douluo with the title Poison, Douluo. Douluo's expression was very ugly. He had just been meditating in his medicinal garden when he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble sweep across the entire forest. That pressure even made his jade phosphor serpent spirit, which he was so proud of, let out a whimper. He immediately came out to investigate, only to see these three young people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, actually breaking into his territory. Looking at these three, a young man and two stunningly beautiful women, they were young and did not look like experts capable of unleashing that kind of pressure. Douluo felt slightly relieved, assuming it was some peerless expert passing by who had unintentionally released their aura, and these three juniors had stumbled in by accident. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at them with the posture of viewing ants, and spoke coldly. "This is not a place you should come to. Before this old man gets angry, get lost immediately." Douluo's voice carried the pressure of a titled Douluo as it pressed toward the three. However, when that pressure approached within 1 meter of the three, it was like mud ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Lin Han could not even be bothered to look at him. Sister Binja looked at Douluo as if looking at an idiot. She was about to speak sarcastically, but Snow Empress beside her moved first. Snow Empress just gently raised her eyelids. In an instant, a divine power of extreme cold, 1,000 and 10,000 times more terrifying than the one that had swept across the forest earlier, was precisely locked onto Douluo alone. That was not spirit power pressure, but an absolute domain belonging to the heavenly king of the extreme north, derived from 660,000 years of cultivation. Thump! Douluo did not even have the chance to react. His legs went weak, and his entire person uncontrollably knelt on the ground. With his knees as the center, the ground instantly condensed a layer of thick ice crystals, which rapidly spread over his entire body. "You!" Douluo was terrified to the extreme. The spirit power inside his body surged wildly, attempting to resist this chill, and his jade phosphor serpent poison, which he was so proud of, erupted without reservation. But his poison, in front of Snow Empress's ultimate ice, was like a joke. Those emerald-green poisonous mists, the moment they left his body, were instantly frozen into green ice crystal powder, falling down with a rustle. Douluo felt that his blood, spirit power, and even his soul were about to be frozen. Everything he was proud of was vulnerable in front of the other party. In his green eyes, they were finally filled with endless fear. He finally understood that the pressure that swept across the forest just now was not an illusion. This white-clothed, white-haired woman in front of him was a peerless expert he did not even have the qualifications to look up to. "This poison of yours, is it worthy of being called poison?" Sister Binja crossed her arms and walked to Douluo, looking down at him from above, her orange-gold eyes full of disdain and contempt. "Playing with poison in front of me, you are still a bit too green." The fact was indeed so. The Ice Jade Scorpion race, to which Sister Binja belonged, originally carried a potent poison before evolving into ultimate ice. But later, in order to pursue ultimate ice, they abandoned the potent poison of the ice jade scorpion race. In front of ultimate ice, any poison of ice or fire attribute was not worth mentioning. Douluo felt his bones trembling. He had never been this embarrassed in his entire life. As a titled Douluo, he stood at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master's world. Everywhere he went, he was feared and respected. But today, he was just standing at his own door when he was pressed to his knees by a single look from someone. The other party did not even use the spirit ring or spirit. That chill made his jade phosphor serpent poison, which he was so proud of, unable to even muster the qualification to resist. His cultivation, which he was so proud of, and his title of dominating the world with poison at this moment, became a huge joke. Douluo gritted his teeth, using all his strength to squeeze a few words out of his throat. HMPH, if you want to kill or slice me, do as you please. He stiffened his neck, putting on a stance of refusing to yield even in death. This was his last bit of dignity as a titled Douluo. Sister Binja crossed her arms and walked around him with interest, clicking her tongue in wonder. Yo, quite a backbone you have. She stretched out her slender finger and poked the ice crystals condensed on Douluo's shoulder. Sister Zuya, what do you say about freezing him into an ice sculpture and placing it in your ice cave? This guy is all green, it is quite unique. Douluo's face instantly turned green as well. He did not doubt for a second that this seemingly cute and dainty girl would really do it. Sister Binja. Just then Lin Han spoke. His voice was not loud, but it made Sister Binja stop her actions immediately. Sister Zuya, Sister Binja, this person is useful to me, spare his life. Hearing this, Snow Empress just glanced at Douluo on the ground indifferently, and that divine power capable of freezing the heavens and earth quietly dissipated. Douluo felt his body lighten, and the pressure that was about to crush him into pieces disappeared without a trace. His whole body went limp, almost collapsing on the ground, and he hurriedly used his hands to support himself, gasping for air, the robes on his back already soaked with cold sweat. He raised his head, looking at Lin Han with an extremely complex expression. He could not understand. These two unbelievably strong women actually listened to a young man. What kind of background did this young man have? Sister Binja curled her lip somewhat reluctantly, walked back to Lin Han's side, and muttered in a low voice. An old and stinky geezer, what use could he possibly have? Lin Han ignored her complaints. He walked to Douluo and looked down at him. Douluo, level 91, titled Douluo, title Poison, Spirit Jade Phosphor Serpent. You have a granddaughter named Douluo. Who exactly are you? What do you want with me? Douluo did not think much of it at first, but after hearing the name of his granddaughter, Douluo, he struggled to stand up from the ground. He tried hard to maintain his composure, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed the anxiety in his heart. Douluo was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that these people would trouble his granddaughter, Douluo. Chapter 8, Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, Evolution to Ultimate Ice. I don't help just anyone, Douluo replied. Before Lin Han could speak, the Ice Empress beside him laughed out loud. Help in your state, what kind of help can you provide? She looked Douluo up and down, making no effort to hide her disdain. You are on the verge of dying from your own poison, yet you are still acting tough here. Upon hearing this, Douluo's body shook violently, and his green pupils suddenly contracted. The fact that he was poisoned was his greatest secret. Apart from himself and his granddaughter, Douluo, it was absolutely impossible for a third person to know. What exactly was going on with these few people before him? Ridiculous. Douluo was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He bristled instantly, his voice becoming sharp. This old man has played with poison all his life. How could I possibly be poisoned myself? It's simply the biggest joke in the world. I am a titled Douluo. He denied it vehemently, but to Lin Han, this agitated appearance was merely a clumsy attempt to cover up the truth. Lin Han did not argue with him, but simply stated calmly, "Does it not flare up punctually every day at noon and midnight?" The expression on Douluo's face froze. Every time it rains, do your ribs not go numb for at least an hour? Douluo's breathing began to quicken. Around the third watch every night, do you not experience needle-like stinging pains in the crown of your head and the soles of your feet, with full body spasms lasting at least half an hour? With every word Lin Han spoke, Douluo's face turned a shade paler. By the time Lin Han finished his last sentence, Douluo was ashen, his body swaying unsteadily. These symptoms were exactly right. It was as if the other party had personally witnessed him in the agony of his affliction. You. Douluo pointed at Lin Han, stammering for a long time, but unable to say a single word. His psychological defenses, which he prided himself on, were completely shattered at this moment. How about it, do you still think it's a joke now? Lin Han's voice remained calm, but to Douluo's ears, it was no different from a thunderclap. This old man. Douluo opened his mouth, his voice dry and hoarse. Even if that's the case, so what? This is my own business, it has nothing to do with you. He was still putting up a final struggle. Your own business. Lin Han shook his head. You have a tough life, perhaps you could hang on for a few more years. But what about your granddaughter? The poison in Douluo should be getting hard to suppress as well, right? Lin Han's words precisely grasped Douluo's weak spot. In his life, he feared nothing, but he was terrified of something happening to his granddaughter. Yanyan. Douluo muttered his granddaughter's name, and the aura of a titled Douluo he had been forcing himself to maintain instantly collapsed. He cared about nothing in this life, except for Douluo, who was his lifeblood. You, Douluo's voice trembled slightly. You have a way to cure the poison in my granddaughter. Lin Han nodded slightly and pointed to the valley shrouded in poisonous mist. Naturally, I came here for your medicinal garden. Inside this poison formation, there is something I need. Use it to trade for the lives of you and your granddaughter. How about this deal? Once these words were spoken, Douluo was stunned. A deal? He had originally thought the other party would propose some extremely harsh conditions, or perhaps even demand his life. He didn't expect the other party only wanted his medicinal garden. Douluo was very shocked. If the other party had killed him, they could have obtained the garden anyway, but they didn't. How was this a deal? This was clearly a pie falling from the sky. Douluo blurted out, afraid that the other party might go back on their word. Good. Never mind just the medicinal garden, as long as you can cure the poison on Yanyan, this old man's life is yours. From now on, if you have any commands, this old man will not hesitate. This medicinal garden is yours from now on. After speaking, he impatiently stepped aside and made a pleased gesture, his attitude respectful to the extreme. The three of you please enter. The three of Lin Han passed through the poisonous mist, and the scene before them opened up. A huge valley appeared before them, filled with clouds and mist, rare flowers and strange grasses everywhere, and the air was filled with a refreshing medicinal fragrance. And in the very center of the valley, a pool of unique spring water was emitting wisps of white mist. The spring water was clearly divided. One half was as red as fire, and the other half was as icy white as frost. It was the ice and fire yin-yang well. Wow! The Ice Empress's eyes brightened instantly. She pointed to several medicinal herbs by the spring that were emitting astonishing energy fluctuations and shouted excitedly. Little Han, look, that one that looks like a cabbage, and that octagonal mysterious ice grass over there, the energy is so full. Although the Snow Empress did not shout like the Ice Empress, a clear flash of surprise also crossed her sky-blue eyes. The energy contained in these medicinal herbs is actually purer than a 10,000-year snow lotus, and can even compare to the 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow. As a spirit beast with over 600,000 years of cultivation, her perception of heavenly treasures was incredibly keen. This place was simply a treasure trove. Douluo heard the conversation between the two big shots, and his heart was stirred with stormy waves. 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow, 10,000-year snow lotus. He didn't know about the 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow, but Douluo knew about the snow lotus. Who exactly were these three people? They had all these treasures. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Douluo felt more and more that the deal he had agreed to was a massive bargain. Just as he was lost in thought, Douluo suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly took out a dusty storage bag from his spirit tool, held it with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Lin Han. Little friend, this is a storage spirit tool of mine that can hold living things. The space is not large, it's not much of a gift, but please accept it. From now on, you can use everything in this medicinal garden at any time. Lin Han glanced at the storage bag and, not being polite, accepted it directly. Seeing him accept it, Douluo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, rubbed his hands, and asked cautiously, "That, little friend, look at my granddaughter's poison." Douluo couldn't wait another moment. Lin Han withdrew his gaze from the ice and fire yin-yang well and looked at him. "So you go and bring your granddaughter over now." Receiving a positive answer, Douluo felt as if he had been granted an amnesty and turned to leave. Watching his hurried back, the Ice Empress couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Look at how anxious he is, as if he's afraid you'll run away." She skipped over to Lin Han's side, curiously looking around. "Little Han, is this the place you mentioned, the one your heavenly frost sword sensed?" The Snow Empress also walked over, looking at Lin Han, her cold voice tinged with a hint of concern. "Is it here?" Lin Han nodded slightly. "Yes, Sister Zuya, Sister Binja." Subsequently, Lin Han slowly walked to the side of the ice and fire yin-yang well spring, feeling the two extreme yet perfectly blended energies of cold and heat. Refining the body with ice and fire was truly tempting. Moreover, through the octagonal mysterious ice grass, he might even be able to advance his heavenly frost sword spirit to the level of ultimate ice. Lin Han turned around, looked at the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Sister Binja, Sister Zuya, the immortal herbs here are enough to improve our strength once again." The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress looked at these immortal herbs with powerful energy, and they were also somewhat moved. They didn't expect Lin Han to be able to find such a place. But spirit guidance. Naturally, the two didn't believe it. However, everyone had their own secrets. When the Ice Empress picked up Lin Han all those years ago, she felt that Lin Han was not simple. To be so small and not have frozen to death in the extreme north. Now it seems, perhaps little Han is a gift from the heavens to the extreme north. And at this moment, Lin Han's gaze swept over those immortal herbs that shone brilliantly in the original work, preparing to take all the ones he recognized first, lest they be picked up by Tangsan later. Chapter 9, Refining the Body with Ice and Fire, Ultimate Ice. Lin Han scanned the area, quickly locking onto his primary targets. Beside the yang well of the ice and fire yin-yang well, a plant resembling a cabbage, but entirely fiery red, was emitting scorching heat. On the other side, at the center of the cold well, an octagonal white flower was growing quietly, its central stamen shimmering like ice crystals. It was precisely the fire apricot and the octagonal mysterious ice grass. Lin Han did not hesitate. The heavenly frost sword appeared at his thought, hovering before him. He flicked his finger, and two condensed ice-blue sword auras burst from the tip of the heavenly frost sword, precisely slicing through the roots of the two immortal herbs. Where the sword aura passed, the cuts were as smooth as a mirror. The fire apricot and the octagonal mysterious ice grass were lifted by the subtle force of the sword aura and flew steadily toward Lin Han, who caught them in his hands. The entire process was crisp and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Sister Binja and Sister Zuya just watched quietly without making a sound. They could see that Lin Han seemed to know these medicinal herbs like the back of his hand, and even his harvesting technique appeared extremely proficient. Lin Han took a deep breath, turned around, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Sister Binja, Sister Zuya, protect me. No matter what happens later, don't come near me." Sister Binja immediately put away her playful thoughts, her little face turned stern, and she nodded heavily. "All right." A trace of concern appeared on Sister Zuya's cold face, and she gently urged, "Be careful." Having received the assurance of the two sisters, Lin Han no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and put both the fire apricot and the octagonal mysterious ice grass into it. Two diametrically opposed, extreme energies instantly erupted within his body. Lin Han did not pause for a second. Before his body could be blown apart, he leaped and jumped directly into the center of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Splash! Spring water splashed everywhere. His body landed exactly on the dividing line where the red and white spring waters met. The moment he entered the water, the heavenly frost sword let out a clear sword hum and automatically flew in front of him, tip pointing downwards, hovering above the water surface, emitting circles of ice-blue light that enveloped him. On the shore, Sister Binja watched Lin Han, whose body was trembling violently in the spring water, his skin turning from crimson to ice-blue, and her heart instantly tightened. Sister Zuya, little Han, will he be all right? Although Sister Zuya also looked worried, her perception was sharper. Don't worry. She carefully sensed the changes in the aura emanating from Lin Han. Look closely, little Han's ice attribute seems to be evolving toward ultimate ice. Sister Binja was stunned and hurriedly focused her senses. A moment later, her eyes were filled with surprise. Yes, indeed, the cold energy in his body is becoming purer and more domineering. I didn't expect this treasure land to have such powerful immortal herbs. Just as Lin Han was refining the immortal herbs, Douluo had already rushed back with his granddaughter. Yanyan's hurry followed Grandpa. Douluo pulled Yan, almost running through the poison array. Yan was baffled by her grandfather's behavior. This was the first time she had seen her grandfather lose his composure like this. When she passed through the poisonous miasma and saw the two unbelievably beautiful women in the valley, she was stunned. What shocked her even more was her grandfather's next action. Douluo, upon seeing Sister Zuya and Sister Binja, acted like a mouse seeing a cat. He immediately bowed and saluted, not even daring to raise his head. Two seniors, I have brought my granddaughter. Sister Binja just glanced at them casually and stopped them. Little Han is cultivating, you wait on the side, do not disturb him. Douluo nodded and bowed repeatedly. Yes, yes, we will wait here, we will wait here. Yan was completely dumbfounded. Seniors. Her grandfather was a titled Douluo. What level of existence must one be to be called a senior by him? And he was so respectful to these two women who looked even younger than her. Her gaze involuntarily turned toward the little Han that Sister Binja had mentioned. When she saw the figure in the spring water, she was even more shocked, her mouth wide open. That person was actually in the spring water. Her grandfather had repeatedly warned her that the spring water could not be touched, and that getting close to it would be life-threatening. Yet this person was soaking in it entirely. Who exactly was he? An hour later, Lin Han in the ice and fire yin-yang well slowly opened his eyes. He didn't look like he had changed much, but the aura emanating from the inside out had undergone an earth-shaking change. If the previous Lin Han was a sharp sword hidden in a scabbard, with his edge restrained, then now he was a piece of eternal mysterious ice. That biting coldness no longer lingered around him, but had thoroughly merged into his bones and blood, turning into the original aura of ultimate ice. Lin Han felt his spirit power. It had steadily broken through to level 53. He stood up from the spring water, tapped his toes lightly on the surface, and his whole body landed on the shore as lightly as a feather without weight. However, the moment he landed, the scene fell into an eerie silence. A faint blush appeared on Sister Zuya's fair cheeks, and she quickly turned away. Yan let out a soft ah, covered her face with both hands, and was so embarrassed that even her neck turned red. Douluo had already turned around long ago. The energy of the ice and fire yin-yang well was too domineering. Lin Han's clothes had long been eroded away. Only Sister Binja, while shouting, "Little Han, hurry up and put on your clothes," her body was very honest. She covered her eyes with her palm, but those slender fingers had quietly opened a not-so-small gap, and she was peeking with great interest. Lin Han shook his head helplessly. Sister Binja was always like this, and he would definitely give her a hard time sooner or later. Immediately, he calmly took out a new set of robes from his spirit tool, and put them on. All right. Only when they heard Lin Han's voice did Sister Zuya and Dugu Yan shyly turn back. Lin Han put on his clothes and came to the two sisters, a faint smile on his face. Sister Binja, Sister Zuya, my heavenly frost sword has evolved into an ultimate ice spirit. My spirit power has also increased by 2 levels, now at level 53. Sister Binja finally put down her hand, walked to Lin Han, circled around him, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, it feels even more powerful than before. Sister Zuya was also happy for him, a shallow smile appearing on her face. Just then Dugu Bo, who had been waiting on the side, carefully approached. Young Master Lin Han, what do you think about the detoxification? Lin Han turned to look at him, then at the girl with dark green hair behind him, who was secretly peeking at him. There are 2 methods. First, use 2 mutually reinforcing and restraining immortal herbs to reconcile with the ice and fire yin-yang well, and completely dissolve the poison in your bodies. However, if you do this, your poison cultivation will also dissipate, and your cultivation base will be greatly damaged. When Dugu Bo heard this, he shook his head like a rattle. No, my entire cultivation base lies in poison. Without poison cultivation, how is that any different from being crippled? Lin Han was not surprised by his choice. The second method is to find a carrier and force all the poison in your bodies into it for storage. This way, you can save your lives and keep your poison cultivation. Then we naturally choose the second one, Dugu Bo said without hesitation. Lin Han nodded and flipped his wrist. The next moment, the 8 spider lances, which had been pulled alive from Tang San's back and were still stained with dark red blood, appeared in his hand. This thing is perfect as a carrier to store the poison. Dugu Bo looked at the spirit bone. Before he could speak, Dugu Yan beside him suddenly exclaimed. This Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. She stared fixedly at the spirit bone, her face full of shock. The person who pulled the external spirit bone from that Tang San of Shrek Academy on the street in Heaven Du City yesterday was you. Chapter 10, Distributing Immortal Herbs and Gifting Spirit Bones, Tang Hao Comes Calling. Dugu Yan's voice echoed in the valley, sounding exceptionally clear. Dugu Bo was stunned upon hearing this and turned to look at Dugu Yan. Tang San, is that the brat you mentioned before who broke your snake venom? Dugu Yan nodded vigorously, her gaze still lingering on the hideous spirit bone, her mood complex. She was both shocked by Lin Han's strength and ruthlessness, and felt an indescribable sense of gratification. After all, back at the Great Spirit Arena in Soto City, Tang San had made her suffer quite a bit. Lin Han watched their reactions, his face expressionless. That is indeed the case. Yesterday, people from Shrek Academy provoked us, so I taught them a lesson. This piece is Tang San's external spirit bone. It has spider venom attached to it, and since it doesn't match my spirit's attributes, I didn't absorb it. Lin Han weighed the 8 spider lances in his hand and tossed it to Dugu Bo. It's perfect for you to use as a spirit bone to store poison. Dugu Bo scrambled to catch it. The heavy feel and the evil aura emanating from it made his heart race. An external spirit bone. This was an external spirit bone. Dugu Bo's breathing instantly became heavy, his eyes shining. He had never dreamed that Lin Han would actually be willing to part with such a legendary treasure. Dugu Yan, standing beside him, was even more shocked beyond measure. In the Spirit Master's World's ranking of desirable items, the first is a 100,000-year spirit ring, and the second is this rare and hard-to-find external spirit bone. Because of the characteristics of an external spirit bone, it can continuously evolve as the Spirit Master's cultivation increases, with infinite potential. Such a treasure, and Lin Han gave it away just like that. Many thanks, young master. Dugu Bo's voice trembled as he cradled the 8 spider lances, excited beyond words. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me yet. Lin Han gestured for Dugu Bo to stop. There is one thing I must make clear in advance. If I am not mistaken, that Tang San might be related to the Clear Sky Douluo. If you are not afraid of future revenge, then this item is yours. Clear Sky Douluo. These 4 words felt like they weighed 1,000 jin. slamming heavily into Douluo's heart. The ecstasy on Douluo's face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer horror. He never imagined that the kid named Tang Sun would actually be related to the clear sky Douluo. The atmosphere in the valley suddenly fell silent. "Little Han." The Ice Empress's crisp voice broke the silence as she curiously leaned in and poked Lin Han's arm. "Is that clear sky Douluo very strong?" Lin Han looked at a pair of pure and curious beautiful eyes and shook his head slightly. He has suffered serious injuries, and his strength is not what it used to be. The current clear sky Douluo is definitely not as strong as you, Sister Binja. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress's little face immediately lifted. She proudly puffed out her flat chest and even patted it. "That's right, if he dares to come, I will freeze him into an ice cube." The Ice Empress also glanced at the pale and shifting-faced Douluo and snorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? If anything happens, they'll come to me first." Listening to this conversation, Douluo's heart was churning. He naturally didn't think the Ice Empress was bragging. Douluo couldn't fathom the strength of these two people at all. At this moment, Douluo was brainstorming. This spirit bone was plucked by Lin Han, so the brunt of the hatred should naturally be borne by Lin Han. If the clear sky Douluo really wanted to cause trouble, the first person he would look for is Lin Han. And with these two unfathomable powerhouses standing behind Lin Han, he didn't seem to fear Tang Hao at all. What was he afraid of? This was an opportunity that could change Yana's life. Fortune favors the bold. Thinking of this, Douluo hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. "Do it." He bowed deeply to Lin Han, his voice incomparably resolute. "Many thanks, young master, this old man is not afraid." Lin Han nodded, not surprised by his choice. He walked to the side, plucked a few ordinary herbs with extremely vigorous vitality from the medicinal garden, and used his spirit power to extract their emerald green juice into a stone bowl. With the medicine prepared, Lin Han pointed like a sword and gently sliced the tip of his other finger. A tiny wound appeared, and a drop of crimson blood with faint golden threads dripped into the emerald green liquid. Having undergone the tempering of the ice and fire yin-yang well, his blood was impervious to all poisons and contained the neutralizing power of both ice and fire, making it the best medicinal primer. Have your granddaughter absorb the spirit bone first, and after she finishes, have her take this bowl of medicine. Lin Han handed the stone bowl to Douluo. "Yes." Douluo respectfully took it and turned to walk to Yan's side, handing her the 8 spider lances. "Yana, begin. Grandfather will protect you." Yan took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and pressed the hideous spirit bone against her back. Douluo stood to the side, watching nervously. Half an hour later, Yan let out a soft moan. 8 purple-black spider legs flashing with eerie light suddenly extended from behind her, then quickly retracted into her body. "How do you feel?" Douluo asked eagerly. Yan felt the surging spirit power in her body and the sense of blood connection coming from her back, her face full of joy. "Grandfather, my spirit power doesn't seem to have increased, but I seem to be able to control the toxins in my body." Just then, Lin Han walked over with the bowl of medicine. "Drink it." Yan did not hesitate, took the stone bowl and drank it in one gulp. As the medicine entered her stomach, a gentle force instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. She felt the toxins that had accumulated in her meridians for many years being guided by an invisible force and slowly merging into the spirit bone on her back. The whole process was extremely smooth, without any pain. Lin Han didn't stop. He took 2 more immortal herbs from the garden. One was the 9-curved purple Ganoderma, purple and glossy, shaped like a lingjai. The other was the earth dragon golden melon, shaped like a pumpkin, but golden all over, exuding a dragon-like aura. "I won't take your herbs for nothing." Lin Han handed the 2 immortal herbs to Douluo. This 9-curved purple Ganoderma can repair the meridian damage caused by toxins over the years. This earth dragon golden melon might allow Yan's spirit to evolve into the jade phosphor serpent, or even go further. However, transforming into a dragon is extremely difficult. It depends on her own fortune. Douluo and Yan looked at the immortal herbs in front of them, already completely numb. Everything they had experienced today was more dreamlike than anything they had experienced in their entire lives. Many thanks, young master, for your kindness of rebirth. The grandfather and granddaughter bowed deeply to Lin Han. Lin Han accepted it calmly, then turned around and took out 3 more from the immortal herbs. He handed the 8-petal immortal orchid, which was fragrant and refined, to the Ice Empress. Sister Binja, this is for you. Its medicinal properties are gentle and easy to absorb. The Ice Empress took the orchid and sniffed it with a smile. It smells so good. He then handed the Narcissus jade skin bone, which looked like green lotus and white lotus root, spotless and pure, to Sister Zuya. Sister Zuya, this item can moisturize muscles and strengthen bones and clear meridians. It will also be good for you. Sister Zuya took the immortal herb, a faint smile appearing on her face, and nodded gently. Finally, Lin Han picked up the peculiar herb with a few dewdrops resting in the center. The eye-opening dew. Little Han, tell us how to use it and we'll do it ourselves, Sister Zuya said. Lin Han briefly explained how to consume the immortal herbs. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress each found a spot, sat cross-legged, and began to refine the immortal herbs. Lin Han watched them enter a meditative state and walked to the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang well, sitting down cross-legged. He carefully dripped the few dewdrops from the leaves of the eye-opening dew into his eyes. The moment the cold dew touched his eyeballs, an indescribable coolness instantly penetrated deep into his brain. Lin Han's vision was blurry at first, then the whole world seemed to have been wiped clean, becoming clearer than ever before. This was not a simple improvement in eyesight. He could see the dust floating in the air, the extremely fine veins on the leaves of a small grass in the distance. He could even see a small bug hiding under a leaf, waving its antennae that were thinner than a hair. This was the power of the eye-opening dew. Lin Han withdrew his gaze and cast his eyes on the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, who were refining the immortal herbs. This look made his heart shake violently. If the previous Ice Empress and Snow Empress were beautiful and powerful in his eyes, then now he was looking at 2 terrifying energy aggregates that could not be described in words. Inside the Ice Empress's body was a violent and sharp emerald green storm, every strand of energy full of aggression. And the Snow Empress was a vast, silent expanse of snowy white. That snowy white was so deep that it seemed endless. One glance was enough to make a person's mind almost be sucked in and frozen into eternity. That was the terrifying power accumulated over more than 600,000 and 300,000 years of cultivation. Lin Han took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He closed his eyes slowly, and when he opened them again, the divine light in his eyes had completely converged, returning to his usual coldness. Lin Han stood up and suddenly sensed a powerful aura rampaging in the surroundings. That violent aura was Tang Hao. He had come for revenge. Lin Han withdrew his gaze and looked to his side. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress had also finished refining the immortal herbs and stood up. Little Han, your eyes. The Ice Empress circled around Lin Han, curiously staring at his eyes. They feel like they've become brighter. The Snow Empress's perception was even clearer. She could feel that Lin Han's aura had gained a sharpness that could discern everything. Lin Han smiled and didn't explain. Sister Binja, Sister Zuya, someone has come knocking. Chapter 11, Ice Empress beats up Tang Hao. Lin Han sensed Tang Hao's aura. Ice Empress and Snow Empress had also sensed it. Snow Empress tilted her head slightly, feeling the unbridled wave of spirit power sweeping over. Little Han, is this the aura of that clear sky Douluo you mentioned? Lin Han nodded. In truth, although this aura was tyrannical, it was really nothing in front of Snow Empress. Upon hearing this, Ice Empress's eyes lit up instantly, and she rubbed her small, fair hands together excitedly. Great, Little Han, I'll go fight him in a moment. I want to see just how strong this human who dares to come looking for trouble really is. She had stayed in the extreme north for too long. Having finally come out, she hadn't had a chance to make a move, other than scaring that spirit saint named Zhao Wuji earlier. Now that a titled Douluo had finally arrived, how could she not be excited? Snow Empress reached out and pressed down on Ice Empress's shoulder, reminding her softly, Binja, don't underestimate the enemy. Don't worry, Zua, you're just too cautious. Ice Empress waved her hand dismissively. Lin Han turned around and looked at Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan, who were still somewhat dazed at the side. You two stay here, Lin Han instructed. Dugu Bo nodded repeatedly. Young master, rest assured, this old man and Yanyan will absolutely not run around. Lin Han didn't say anything more. He took Ice Empress and Snow Empress and walked straight out of the poison array. Watching the three figures leave, Dugu Yan couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Grandfather, that's the clear sky Douluo out there. Are we really not going to go over and take a look? Dugu Yan was a bit worried. After all, Lin Han had just bestowed a rebirth-like favor upon them. Hiding behind like this made her feel uneasy. Dugu Bo grabbed his granddaughter's arm and shook his head. Yanyan, you are still too young. Dugu Bo sighed. Young Master Lin Han not letting us follow is clearly to protect us. Dugu Yan was puzzled. Protect us? Think about it, Dugu Bo lowered his voice. That is the clear sky Douluo. If we go over to watch the battle, what if that Tang Hao cannot defeat the 2 young ladies beside young Master Lin Han? If he can't do anything to them, what if he turns around and vents his anger on us? Dugu Yan gasped. Dugu Bo continued to analyze. You've seen the strength of those 2 young ladies. Even I could only kneel. Even if Tang Hao is strong, he might not necessarily gain any advantage. Young Master Lin Han is taking all the hatred upon himself. We must naturally appreciate this kindness and not go over to cause trouble. Dugu Yan suddenly realized, and her gratitude towards Lin Han deepened even further. Meanwhile, in the middle region of the Sunset Forest, a tall and burly figure was charging through the woods like a maddened beast. The trees along the way were snapped directly by the violent spirit power radiating from him. Some 1,000-year spirit beasts that couldn't dodge in time didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into pulp by that terrifying pressure. The person arriving was none other than Tang Hao. He was full of stubble, his eyes bloodshot, and his heavy breathing was mixed with irrepressible rage. Tang Hao was filled with hatred. He had only left Heaven Dew City for a few days to handle some personal matters. He never expected that his only son would be crippled by someone in the city. When he rushed to the remote residence Flender had found and saw Tang San lying on the bed, unsure of life or death, Tang Hao felt as if the sky were collapsing. Little San's back had been forcibly torn open with a large hole, and the external spirit bone had been ripped out from his spine. What cruel methods! If it weren't for Flender exhausting his fortune to invite a descendant of the 9-heart begonia family overnight to save Little San's life, he, Tang Hao, would have been left without descendants. No matter who you are, if you dare to touch my son, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, his face twisted. Upon learning that Lin Han and the 3 of them had left the city and arrived at the Sunset Forest, Tang Hao did not hesitate at all and chased after them directly. He didn't care what background the other party had, nor did he care how strong their elders were. On this Douluo continent, there was no one he, Clear Sky Douluo, wanted to kill who could be protected by anyone. The closer he got to the core area of the Sunset Forest, the more fiercely the rage in Tang Hao's heart burned. He had already sensed it. There was a huge poison mist ahead, and on the edge of that poison mist, 3 auras were approaching. On the outskirts of the poison mist, Lin Han and the others stopped. A series of rumbles came from the woods ahead. Swathes of trees were toppled, startling countless birds into flight. Quite a commotion. Ice Empress put her hands on her hips and pouted. Snow Empress stood quietly beside Lin Han, her white clothes whiter than snow, ignoring the overwhelming momentum pressing in from the front. Lin Han looked ahead, ready for battle. Although Sister Binja said she would fight, he wouldn't completely let his guard down. Tang Hao's great Sumeru hammer and ring explosion had truly astonishing explosive power. Boom, with a loud noise, the last row of tall trees was smashed to pieces. Amidst the flying wood chips, Tang Hao's burly figure appeared in their line of sight. He was wearing a tattered black robe, holding a massive, pitch-black clear sky hammer in his hand. Tang Hao stopped, his bloodshot eyes locked firmly onto the 3 of them. A woman in white with white hair, a petite girl with green hair and twin tails, and a young man holding an ice blue longsword. These appearances and features were exactly consistent with what Zyro Wu had described. "It is you," Tang Hao's voice was as hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, every word permeated with bone-chilling killing intent. He had no extra nonsense, he stomped his foot hard. With a boom, the ground was stomped into a huge deep pit. Yellow's yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 spirit rings rose boomingly from beneath his feet, especially the last glaring 100,000-year red spirit ring, which radiated a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Tang Hao didn't even bother to investigate the opponent's cultivation level. In his opinion, 3 young people in their teens or 20s, even if they started cultivating from the womb, would be at most spirit kings. He wanted to use the most brutal method to smash these 3 little beasts into pulp to avenge little San. "Die!" Tang Hao roared, and the 7th spirit ring on his body lit up suddenly. 7th spirit ability, Clear Sky Avatar. The pitch-black giant hammer in his hand instantly expanded to 100 meters in size, with terrifying black lightning coiled around the hammerhead, bringing a world-destroying momentum as it smashed directly down on the heads of Lin Han and the others. He did not hold back at all with this hammer. The wind howled, and the surrounding air was compressed by this hammer, emitting harsh sonic booms. Lin Han looked up at the giant hammer descending from the sky, his brow furrowed slightly. He could feel the powerful strength within Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. Snow Empress stood in place, not even a corner of her white dress lifted by the strong wind. She looked at the giant hammer with its astonishing momentum in midair, assessing it inwardly. This human's explosive power was indeed formidable. But that was all. In the face of absolute cultivation suppression, it was ultimately inferior to Binja. Ice Empress stepped forward, her petite body meeting the huge shadow. "Welcome," her crisp voice was full of excitement. Emerald green light burst from her body, and her twin tails lifted behind her head. Ice Emperor's pincer. Ice Empress's hands and forearms changed instantly, covered in a layer of diamond-like hexagonal particles. She did not dodge, she directly raised her hands, meeting the falling 100-meter giant hammer head-on. A dull collision sound exploded. Violent air waves rolled in all directions, and the surrounding trees were uprooted. The ground beneath Ice Empress cracked inch by inch, but her figure did not retreat even half a step. That clear sky giant hammer was held steadily in midair by a pair of small, fair hands covered in diamond particles. "Is this all the strength you have?" Ice Empress pouted and exerted force with her arms. A mountain-toppling force surged back up the hammer handle. Tang Hao felt sharp pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger, and nearly couldn't hold onto the handle. His burly body was sent flying by this countershock force, tumbling in the air for more than 10 meters before slamming heavily onto the ground. Tang Hao leaned on the clear sky hammer, barely managing to stand steady. He stared at the green-haired girl in front of him, his heart filled with turbulent waves. How is it possible? Even an ordinary titled Douluo wouldn't dare to receive this hammer of his head-on. This girl, who looked like she was only in her teens, actually used only a pair of bare palms to not only catch the clear sky avatar, but also knock him back. What kind of monster is this? Again, Ice Empress didn't give Tang Hao a chance to catch his breath at all. She tapped her toes on the ground, her figure turning into an emerald green lightning bolt, instantly closing in. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and swung the clear sky hammer to strike back again. Clear Sky 9 Absolutes, Vibration Formula. Circles of visible shockwaves erupted from the hammerhead, attempting to block Ice Empress's approach. Ice Empress didn't dodge at all. Ice Emperor Body Protection. A layer of crystal-clear ice instantly covered her entire body. The shockwaves that were strong enough to shatter internal organs hit the ice crystals without even leaving a single crack. Ice Empress closed in on Tang Hao, her fists covered in diamond particles raining down on him. The dull sounds of flesh colliding were continuous. Tang Hao could only hold the clear sky hammer horizontally in front of his chest, defending passively. Every punch that landed carried extreme cold. The coldness invaded Tang Hao's body along the hammer handle, freezing his meridians and making his spirit power circulation slower and slower. Too slow, too slow, Ice Empress complained while fighting. You big lug, apart from having a bit of strength, you're useless. Tang Hao was frustrated to the extreme. As the dignified clear sky Douluo, when had he ever been beaten like this? Moreover, the opponent hadn't even released her spirit, and had suppressed him completely, relying only on physical strength and cold air. Get lost, Tang Hao roared, and his slaughter god domain erupted. The ghastly white killing intent attempted to break through the blockade of the cold air. Chapter 12, 9 rings exploded in succession, want to escape. Snow Empress kills Tang Hao in one sword strike. Ice Empress snorted softly and kicked the face of the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao was kicked flying again, crashing through over a dozen large trees before coming to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving violently. Tang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with terror. This green-haired girl hadn't even revealed her spirit, yet she broke his clear sky avatar with just her physical body and cold energy. Impossible, there is absolutely no one like you on the Douluo Continent, Tang Hao roared with a hoarse voice. Ice Empress curled her lips and shook her wrist. You are truly long-winded. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Tang Hao laughed out of extreme anger, and the sixth black spirit ring on his body suddenly lit up. Sixth spirit ability, Earth Ant Emperor Slash. An earthy yellow light surged on the clear sky hammer, and its power multiplied. Tang Hao gripped the hammer with both hands and smashed it fiercely into the ground. A huge crack raced directly toward Ice Empress. Ice Empress yawned and tapped her small foot lightly. Eternal frozen domain. With her as the center, extreme cold energy instantly spread across the ground. Before that menacing crack could even touch her, it was forcibly frozen by the terrifying ice seal power. The earthy yellow spirit power fluctuations were like a frozen quagmire, unable to advance even an inch further. Returning it to you, Ice Empress cried out delicately, clenching her right hand into a fist, and swung her diamond particle-covered fist through the air. Wrath of the Ice Emperor. A terrifying shockwave mixed with an ice and snowstorm roared out, striking Tang Hao head-on. Tang Hao had no time to dodge, and could only hold the clear sky hammer horizontally in front of his chest. With a muffled bang, his burly body was sent flying backward again. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood in midair before smashing heavily into a large boulder, shattering the stone into pieces. His bones felt like they were falling apart, and the extreme cold aura drilled into his meridians through his pores, making him shiver uncontrollably. Tang Hao propped himself up with the hammer handle and struggled to stand straight. He looked at the green-haired girl in front of him, who hadn't even caught her breath, and then at Lin Han and the white-clad woman standing not far away with indifferent expressions. In today's situation, if he didn't fight with his life, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Good, very good, Tang Hao raised his head and let out a shrill, wild laugh. The 9 spirit rings that had been rhythmically pulsing on his body suddenly began to tremble violently. Great Sumeru Hammer Ring Explosion. Bangs, 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 bang. 5 crisp popping sounds rang out in succession. The 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings beneath Tang Hao's feet exploded one after another, transforming into the purest, most violent energy that surged crazily into his body. As the spirit rings exploded, Tang Hao's previously withered aura instantly soared, climbing steadily. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the boundary of level 95, approaching the peak of level 97. A wild wind howled wantonly with him at the center, uprooting surrounding trees and shredding them into wood shavings. Ice Empress felt this suddenly surging pressure and raised her eyebrows slightly. Yo, you can even self-destruct your spirit rings, that's new. Ice Empress teased, but she didn't stop her movements, and the spirit power within her body began to circulate faster. Tang Hao's eyes were blood-red as he stared fixedly at Ice Empress. Heaven-defying strike, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. This was the Clear Sky Sect's strongest, single-target ultimate technique. Tang Hao concentrated all the power and killing intent gained from the ring explosion into the center of the Clear Sky Hammer without reservation. The pitch-black giant hammer suddenly shone with a blinding red light at this moment, carrying a destructive momentum as it smashed down toward Ice Empress. With this hammer strike, even the space faintly showed distorted ripples. Ice Empress crossed her arms, preparing to take it head-on. Just then, a fair, slender hand rested gently on Ice Empress's shoulder. Binga stepped back. Snow Empress's cold, clear voice sounded in her ear. Ice Empress was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Snow Empress, grumbling with dissatisfaction. "Zua, I could have caught it." "You would get hurt." Snow Empress's tone was flat, yet it carried a direct tone of command. Ice Empress curled her lips, obediently retracted her stance, and retreated to Lin Han's side. "Little Han, look at Zua, she always steals my spotlight." Ice Empress tugged at Lin Han's sleeve and complained. Lin Han smiled. "Sister Zua is just afraid you'll get your clothes dirty." In midair, Tang Hao saw that the person had changed, and alarm bells rang in his heart. The pressure this white-clad woman gave him was 100 times more terrifying than that green-haired girl. But he could no longer hold back his hand. Heaven-defying strike once launched, there is no turning back. Snow Empress looked up slightly, watching the clear sky hammer smashing down with world-destroying momentum. There was not a ripple in her sky-blue eyes. She slowly raised her right hand, and a deep blue longsword, formed entirely of ice crystals, appeared in her palm. Emperor Sword, Ice Ultimate, Unparalleled. Snow Empress swung her sword casually. The deep blue sword light floated lightly to meet the huge clear sky hammer. The moment they made contact, Tang Hao's heaven-defying strike, his pride and joy, that violent power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, instantly vanished into nothingness. The deep blue sword light sliced through the head of the clear sky hammer without any obstruction, continued up along the handle, and directly severed Tang Hao's right arm. "Ah!" Tang Hao let out a shrill scream, blood spraying wildly. He lost his balance, fell from midair, and smashed heavily onto the ground. The wound on his severed arm did not bleed, because it had been instantly frozen by the extreme cold energy. Tang Hao clutched his severed arm, cold sweat soaking his back. This white-clad woman's strength was actually on par with Qian Dailiu. The original work wrote that Qian Dailiu pursued Tang Hao, but for some reason, Tang Hao escaped. Although it's very abstract, that is indeed what the original work wrote. Escape must escape. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about running out of firewood. As long as he survived, there would always be a chance to avenge little San. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, and his remaining left hand slammed fiercely into the ground. Bangs, 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 bang. The remaining 4 spirit rings, including that 100,000-year red spirit ring, exploded simultaneously at this moment. A terrifying energy storm swept across the entire area. Borrowing this thrust, Tang Hao's figure turned into a bolt of black lightning, fleeing madly toward the outskirts of the forest. "Want to leave?" Snow Empress parted her vermilion lips slightly. She didn't even move a step. She just twirled the ice crystal longsword in her hand and swung it backhanded. Emperor Cold Heaven, Snow Dance Shining Sun. The temperature for several miles around suddenly dropped to the freezing point, and an expanse of wind and snow appeared out of thin air. Tang Hao's fleeing figure stiffened abruptly in the wind and snow. He felt that the blood, spirit power, and even his thoughts within him were about to be frozen by this cold energy. "No!" Tang Hao roared in despair. The next second, the deep blue sword light pierced through the wind and snow, entering from his back and emerging from his chest. Tang Hao's body stiffened in place, maintaining his running posture. A thick layer of frost quickly spread from the sword wound on his chest, and in just a few seconds, it completely froze him, along with that broken clear sky hammer, into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. A gentle breeze blew past. Crack! A crack appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, and immediately after, the cracks expanded rapidly, spreading over his entire body. With a crisp crashing sound, Tang Hao's body turned into ice dust filling the sky, scattering all over the ground. A generation of clear sky Douluo had fallen. Chapter 13 dropped a spirit bone, just a simple matter. The wind and snow dissipated. The crystal ice sword in Snow Empress's hand turned into specks of blue light, merging into the air. She turned around and walked slowly back to Lin Han's side, her white dress immaculate, and her aura not even the slightest bit disrupted. "It is solved," she said softly, as if she had just crushed a slightly larger ant. But that was indeed the truth. Snow Empress's strength was equivalent to a level 99 Super Douluo, and fighting Tang Hao, who was level 95 and had old injuries, it would be unreasonable if she didn't kill him in one hit. Ice Empress also approached at this time. She walked around the pile of ice shards on the ground twice and kicked them with the tip of her foot. "And I thought he was so powerful." She pouted. "He couldn't even take one hit from Sister Zuya, how boring." Lin Han smiled helplessly. "Sister Binja, Sister Zuya's strength is equivalent to the top-tier level 99 titled Douluo in the human world. That Tang Hao is only level 95, so even if he risked his life, he certainly wouldn't be a match for her." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han paused. His gaze fell upon the pile of crystalline ice shards. A few points of radiance, different in color from the ice shards, were lying quietly there. They were precisely Tang Hao's spirit bone. There were 5 pieces in the ice shards, and not far away Tang Hao's severed right arm had long since been eroded away by the ultimate ice, leaving only a glowing arm bone behind. Snow Empress looked in the direction he was gazing, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "I heard you say before that spirit bone are very important to human spirit master, so I controlled my strength a little and didn't destroy them along with him." Upon hearing this, Lin Han felt a warmth in his heart. Every word he said was kept in mind by Sister Zuya, which was truly heartwarming. "Thank you, Sister Zuya." Lin Han smiled, then stepped forward and picked up the 6 spirit bone one by one. Tang Hao's full set of 6 spirit bone had actually been completely preserved by Snow Empress. Lin Han also found that inconspicuous black ring from the ice shards. It was Tang Hao's spirit tool for storage. He probed it with his spirit power, and very quickly he found an item inside. A crystal-clear right leg bone emitting a rich aura of life. A 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Lin Han put all the items into his own spirit tool. Ice Empress poked her head over curiously from the side. "Little Han, what's the use of these bones? Their energy fluctuations look just average. When we return to the extreme north, I'll take you to our family treasury. There are hundreds of thousands of year spirit bone there, much better than these." Ice Empress was somewhat dismissive of these items. There was a whole pile of them in the extreme north, and she simply didn't think much of them. Her collection consisted of 100,000-year level ice jade scorpion spirit bone. Lin Han smiled and explained. "Sister Binja, these things don't necessarily have to be used by oneself. They can also be used to exchange for things one needs from others." Ice Empress nodded as if she understood. "Oh, okay, anyway, I'll listen to you, Little Han." Meanwhile, inside the ice and fire yin-yang well, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan were standing by the spring, not daring to even breathe loudly. The world-destroying power fluctuation from outside just now, even separated by the poisonous miasma, made their hearts tremble. But that fluctuation came quickly and left quickly. In just a few minutes, everything returned to calm. "It's over." Dugu Bo's heart was in turmoil. That was clear-skied Douluo Tang Hao. A ruthless man who once severely injured 3 titled Douluo of Spirit Hall with his own strength and retreated unscathed. That battle also left the previous Supreme Pontiff severely injured, eventually dying without a cure. Even if the 2 young ladies beside young Master Lin Han had unfathomable strength, it couldn't be possible to resolve the battle so quickly, right? Could it be that Tang Hao retreated? While he was lost in thought, 3 figures had already passed through the poisonous miasma and walked back. It was precisely Lin Han, Snow Empress, and Ice Empress. The 3 of them were unscathed, not even a wrinkle on their clothes. Dugu Bo's heart sank suddenly. He stepped forward quickly, cautiously observing their expressions. Lin Han directly took out a spirit bone from his spirit tool and handed it over. "Dugu Bo, take this left arm bone and use it. It's perfect as a carrier to store your toxins." Dugubo looked at the 10,000-year spirit bone in front of him, his hands trembling slightly, because this spirit bone still carried a trace of ultimate ice. He asked with a dry voice, "Young master, could this be Tang Hao's?" Lin Han nodded, his voice calm. "Tang Hao has already been killed by Sister Zuya. However, you must keep this matter a secret for now and do not spread it." Boom! Dugubo's brain felt like a thunderclap had exploded. What killed? Clear Sky Douluo just died like this. He looked at the calm Snow Empress, only feeling a chill rushing from the soles of his feet straight to his crown. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Duguyan also had her mouth open, unable to say a word for a long time. How legendary was Clear Sky Douluo, yet this beautiful, fairy-like sister in front of her had actually killed the renowned Clear Sky Douluo. This was simply more bizarre than stories in books. Dugubo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and bowed deeply to Lin Han. "Rest assured, young master, this old man and Yanyan will never reveal a single word to anyone." Duguyan also quickly nodded along. "We understand." Lin Han gave an N and stuffed the spirit bone into Dugubo's hands. "Absorb the spirit bone, and then just gather the toxins inside the spirit bone." Dugubo held the left arm bone that still carried Tang Hao's aura, his mood complex to the extreme. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, sat cross-legged, placed the spirit bone against his left arm, and began to guide his spirit power to absorb it. Duguyan stood nervously to the side, her heart in her throat. The three of them, Lin Han, Snow Empress, and Ice Empress, appeared much more casual, strolling through the medicinal garden on their own. Ice Empress was full of curiosity about those bizarre-looking immortal herb, occasionally reaching out a finger to poke one, then getting scalded or frozen by the extreme energy contained within, making faces, having a lot of fun. Half an hour later, a powerful wave of spirit power suddenly erupted from Dugubo's body. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light passing through. He raised his left hand, moved his fingers, his face full of disbelief. The backlash poison that had plagued him for most of his life was now tamely coiled within the newly fused spirit bone, unable to erode his meridians and bones any longer. That pain, like a maggot on the bone, had completely disappeared. "Grandfather!" Duguyan let out a cry of surprise and ran quickly to Dugubo. She pointed at the top of Dugubo's head, her voice full of excitement. "Your hair, grandfather, your hair has turned black." Dugubo was stunned upon hearing this, and hurriedly raised his hand to touch his hair. The touch was no longer the dry feeling, but had become much smoother. He hurriedly took out a mirror from his spirit tool. In the mirror, that old man with green hair and beard, and a withered face was gone. Instead, there was a man who, although still having some wrinkles on his face, had his white hair restored to a dark green, and the whole person appeared at least 20 years younger. The stubborn illness that had plagued him for many years was gone in an instant, and his cultivation did not drop but rose, breaking through directly to level 92. This. Dugubo held the mirror, too excited to speak. He turned around suddenly, facing Lin Han not far away, without the slightest hesitation, and bowed, "Thank you, young master." Duguyan followed with a bow. Lin Han accepted this bow calmly. He stepped forward, his voice calm. "All right, the transaction is complete. Go do whatever you need to do from now on." Dugubo nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, "I wonder where young master plans to go afterwards." Lin Han looked at Ice Empress, who was playing with flowers and grass, and then at Snow Empress, who was standing quietly to the side. "First, I will cultivate here for a period of time, and then I will take Sister Binja and Sister Zuya to experience the scenery of the continent." Upon hearing this, Ice Empress immediately dropped the petals in her hand and came running over, jumping and skipping. Yes, little Han, you promised. Once you finish cultivating, you must take us to play." She had no interest in cultivation, but she was full of anticipation for the word play. Upon hearing this, Dugubo's heart stirred, and he immediately said, "If young master doesn't mind, you can come to the Douluo Mansion in the center of Heaven Do City to find me at any time. In the future, in Heaven Do City, If there are any errands, this old man will definitely do them. This was him stating his position. Lin Han nodded, sure. He thought for a moment and added, if you want to come here to cultivate in the future, just come directly. The ice and fire energy here is beneficial for you to stabilize the toxins within the spirit bone. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo said, thank you, young master. Douluo Yan also walked in front of Lin Han, bowed slightly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Young Master Lin Han and the two seniors, thank you. Lin Han glanced at her and said slowly, cultivate hard. Douluo Yan gave an N, and subsequently, she was led away from the ice and fire yin-yang well by Douluo Bo. Chapter 14, Intentions. Does the 7-treasure glazed tile school want revenge? After the figures of Douluo Bo and his granddaughter completely disappeared, silence returned to the valley. The Ice Empress stretched, her turquoise twin tails flicking in a lively arc. She took a few steps to Lin Han's side and spoke excitedly. Little Han, it's so boring here. When are we going to Heaven Do City to play? We didn't get enough of it last time. The Snow Empress walked over slowly. She glanced at the Ice Empress, her voice cold and clear. Binger, stop messing around, see what little Han arranges. Lin Han pondered for a moment, looked at the Ice Empress's expectant expression, and nodded. Fine, I'll go out and accompany you two for a few days first. He immediately changed the subject. After that, I need to cultivate here for a period to consolidate my cultivation. The energy here is dense, and the cultivation speed is even faster than in the extreme north. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress naturally felt the uniqueness of the ice and fire yin-yang well. The density of the heaven and earth yuan power here was not inferior to some core areas of the extreme north. By the way, after I finish cultivating, I still need to make a trip to the Breaking Clan, Lin Han added. Yay! Upon hearing that they were going out to play, the Ice Empress immediately jumped up with joy, hugging Lin Han's arm directly, almost hanging onto him. Little Han, I like you so much, I knew you were the best. The Snow Empress looked at her childish demeanor and smiled helplessly, without saying anything more. Meanwhile, Heaven Do City, Lambur Academy. In a room in the academy's backyard, the atmosphere was oppressive. Flender sighed repeatedly. Zhao Wuji had a dark face and said nothing. Dai Mubai, Zhuking and Zyro Wu also looked dejected. The entire team was shrouded in a haze. They had been kicked out of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. They had basically finished talking, but because of Zhu Beng and Zhu Exing, when Douluo Bo came to find Douluo Yan, he simply told them to get lost. How unlucky, Flender slapped the table. I didn't expect to be kicked out by that old poison master Douluo Bo. Who did we offend? Yu Zyrogang paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He ignored Flender's complaints. His mind was entirely on another matter. His Excellency Heoshan has been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? He muttered to himself, and a sense of foreboding spread in his heart. Just then the door was slammed open with a bang, and a voluptuous figure rushed in. It was Liu Erlong. Zyrogang. Liu Erlong saw Yu Zyrogang, rushed to him in 2 or 3 steps, her face full of anger. I heard about it, who bullied you? Tell me, I'll go scrap them right now. She exuded a violent aura, clearly genuinely furious. Yu Zyrogang grabbed her hand and shook his head. Erlong, don't be impulsive, this matter is not simple. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart. The most critical thing now is to wait for His Excellency Heoshan to return. As long as he makes a move, all problems can be solved. But although he said that, the unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Clear Sky Douluo left last night. With the strength of a titled Douluo, it shouldn't take this long even if he turned their entire Heaven Do City upside down. Did something happen? As soon as this thought popped up, it was extinguished by Yu Zyrogang. Impossible. That is Clear Sky Douluo, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, the ruthless man who once severely wounded 3 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall with his own strength. Who could make something happen to him? 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the magnificent main hall, Ning Fengzhai looked at the secret letter in his hand, his brows tightly locked. A 15-year-old five-ring spirit king, accompanied by two powerhouses who can easily crush spirit saints. He put down the letter and gently rubbed his eyebrows. This matter was full of weirdness everywhere. Beside him, Sword Douluo Chenzin was resting with his eyes closed, as if he hadn't heard. Just then, a figure burst in a rush. Fengzhai, I heard, Rongrong was bullied in Heaven Du City. The person who came was in a grey robe. It was Bone Douluo Gu Rong. His personality had always been direct, and at this moment, his face was full of displeasure. Ning Fengzhai smiled bitterly and stood up. Uncle Gu, don't get excited yet. Rongrong was just a little frightened, she wasn't hurt. It won't do even if she wasn't hurt. Gu Rong glared. When is it the turn of an outsider to bully the little princess of our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Tell me, which blind brat is it? This old man will go tear his bones apart right now. Uncle Gu, the other party is not simple. Ning Fengzhai briefly recounted the process of the matter. Zhao Wuji didn't even hold on for one move in front of his companion before he was forced to his knees. That teenager even defeated the joint attack of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the other 5 with his own strength. After hearing this, Gu Rong's tone was very disdainful. Zhao Wuji is just a mere spirit saint. It's not strange for him to be suppressed. As for those few little brats in their 30s, what's so amazing about a spirit king beating them? This old man only knows that he made my precious Rongrong unhappy. This score must be settled. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo Chenzin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Old Bone is right. Rongrong was raised by us. Anyone who makes her feel wronged, that just won't do. This is not just Rongrong's matter, it is also the face of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengzhai was completely speechless. He could still persuade Gu Rong. But since even the usually calm Uncle Sword had spoken, there was no room for maneuver in this matter. He sighed and nodded. All right, since Uncle Sword and Uncle Bone have decided so. Let's go to Heaven Du City and see Rongrong. Meanwhile, Heaven Du City. On the bustling street, it was noisy, with heavy traffic. The Ice Empress was like a bird just released from a cage, her turquoise twin tails swinging happily behind her head, a pair of orange-gold eyes curiously examining everything around her. Little Han, look at that. What are those red things strung together? They look delicious. That's called candid haws. Lin Han's voice carried a hint of a smile, and he took a few gold coins from his spirit tool and handed them to the vendor. The Ice Empress took the candid haws and took a bite impatiently. The sweet and sour taste made her squint her eyes comfortably. Delicious. The Snow Empress followed beside the two, dressed in a plain white dress with a cold temperament, somewhat out of place with the surrounding liveliness. But in her sky-blue eyes there was also a faint curiosity. Lin Han kept his promise. After simply consolidating his cultivation at the ice and fire yin-yang well, he brought the two to Heaven Du City. Little Han, the clothes in that shop are so pretty. Let's go in and take a look. The Ice Empress quickly finished the candid haws in her hand, pulled on Lin Han's sleeve again, and pointed to a gorgeously decorated clothing store. Lin Han nodded and led the two inside. Welcome. The maid in the shop saw the three of them, especially seeing Lin Han's ethereal temperament and the stunning beauty of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried to greet them enthusiastically. The Ice Empress turned around in the shop, picking up a turquoise short skirt to measure against herself, then pointing to a goose yellow dress. This one, and that one, I want them all. Lin Han was a little helpless, but still said to the maid, pack up everything she takes a fancy to. Yes, young master. The maid was beaming with joy and began to pack up efficiently. The Snow Empress walked to the side quietly, her eyes falling on an ice-blue long dress embellished with silver silk flowing cloud patterns. The skirt was wide, the fabric was thin, and it looked expensive at a glance. Lin Han looked in her direction and said directly to the maid, that ice-blue one, together with the others. The Snow Empress glanced at him without refusing. A moment later, the three came out of the clothing store, and the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress had already changed into their newly bought clothes. The Ice Empress wore an exquisite white and green short skirt, which set off her petite and lively nature even more. The Snow Empress had changed into the ice blue long dress. As she walked, the skirt fluttered, adding a touch of nobility and etherealness. The pedestrians on the street, regardless of gender, were involuntarily attracted. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened, and Ning Fengzhai and his party also arrived at the Lambda Academy. Chapter 15, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo want to intervene. Rongrong actually takes the initiative. Lambda Academy backyard. Inside a simple guest room, the atmosphere was so heavy it made one breathless. Enning Rongrong, looking aggrieved, told the three people in front of her everything that had happened at the entrance of the Seven Treasure Hotel yesterday. From Ma Hongzhen's insolence, to how Lin Han acted so decisively, and finally to how that green-haired girl forced Zhao Wuji to his knees with just her aura. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword, Dad, you didn't see it. Teacher Zhao even activated his spirit avatar at the time, but in front of that girl, he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Recalling the scene, Ning Rongrong's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. HMPH serves him right. Bone Douluo Gu Rong slammed his hand onto the table, making the teacups rattle. His face, which usually carried a hint of a crafty smile, was now full of anger. What kind of nonsense is Flender teaching? Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. Bah, a piece of trash who can't control his lower half. Getting castrated is getting off lightly. Gu Rong cursed until spittle flew, but then his tone shifted, exposing his protective nature immediately. However, they should not have, under any circumstances, scared our little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He looked at Ning Fengzhai. Fengzhai, don't get involved in this. Old Sword and I will go find that brat right now. We must make him apologize to Rongrong. Chen Xin, who was to the side, spoke slowly. Old Bone is right. Rongrong grew up under our watch. Whoever makes her suffer grievances is not going to get away with it. Watching the attitude of the two protectors of the sect, Ning Fengzhai shook his head with a bitter smile. He felt relieved in his heart. After all, according to Ning Rongrong's account, she hadn't actually been injured, just frightened. As for Ma Hongzhen being crippled, that was purely self-inflicted. But since the two uncles insisted on avenging Rongrong, Ning Fengzhai felt a bit helpless. Ning Fengzhai pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, I understand. But since Rongrong wasn't injured, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot bully others by relying on our influence. In another room, Flender was packing back and forth, restless, muttering continuously. Schoolmaster Ning and the others have finally arrived. This is great. With Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo taking action, they will surely be able to avenge Hongzhen. Dai Mubai and Oscar also looked expectant, as if they had already seen the image of the three, including Lin Han, being sanctioned. Only Tang San, on his sickbed, remained pale. He would need to rest for at least another month to fully recover. Yet with every breath, heart-wrenching pain radiated from his back, reminding him of the fact that he had lost his 8 spider lances. Listening to Flender's fantasies, an uncontrollable resentment welled up in Tang San's heart. If Ma Hongzhen hadn't caused trouble, how would he have ended up in this state? That was an external spirit bone. Tang San gripped the bedsheets tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. And Zyro Wu, who should have been guarding by his side, was nowhere to be found. Where is Zyro Wu? Tang San asked in confusion. Dai Mubai sighed. Little San, Zyro Wu must have gone to get something to eat. She has been the one taking care of you all this time. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded slightly, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Fortunately, he still had Zyro Wu. However, what they didn't know was that Zyro Wu was afraid her identity, as a 100,000-year spirit beast, would be discovered by the titled Douluo. The next day, early morning, in a hotel in Heavendew City, the Ice Empress stretched, the new white and green short skirt she wore making her look even more delicate and pretty. Little Han, are we going shopping again today? That sugar figurine from yesterday looked so good, and I haven't bought one yet. She hugged Lin Han's arm, looking like she didn't want to leave. Lin Han shook his head with a chuckle. We've played enough, it's time to get down to business. He looked out the window and said slowly, Sister Binger, I plan to return to the Sunset Forest to cultivate for a while, and then I need to pay a visit to the Breaking Clan. Cultivating again. The Ice Empress's face immediately fell, with the word bored written all over it. The Snow Empress walked over to her and gently patted her head. Listen to little Han. The Ice Empress pursed her lips. Although reluctant, she still nodded. The three of them packed up, left the hotel, and prepared to leave the city. The streets of Heaven Do City were as busy as ever. The Ice Empress, in her white and green dress, looked even more delicate and lively, her emerald green twin tails swinging happily behind her head, her orange-gold eyes curiously examining her surroundings. The Snow Empress had changed into an ice-blue long dress, her hem fluttering as she walked. She seemed somewhat out of place with the hustle and bustle around her, yet she formed a scenic view all on her own. Just as the three were about to reach the city gate, the Ice Empress suddenly stopped and tugged on the corner of Lin Han's clothes. Little Han, look over there. Lin Han looked in the direction she was pointing. At a corner not far away, two familiar figures were standing in front of a jewelry stall. A young girl wearing a white long dress with long hair was none other than Ning Rongrong. The other was a black-haired girl with a hot figure and a cold expression, Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Han nodded slightly, his expression calm. Sister Binger, what happened before is in the past. They have nothing to do with us. Meanwhile, in front of the stall, Zhu Zhuqing looked at the dazzling array of jewelry, but her mind was not on them at all. In her mind, she replayed the scene of Lin Han's battle that day over and over again. Clean and decisive, without a single wasted movement. That ultimate control over power made her feel a shock from the bottom of her heart. He is only 15 years old, why is he so strong? And what is the background of the two older sisters beside him? Especially that green-haired girl. With just her aura, she could render teacher Zhao Wuji, a seven-ring spirit saint, completely unable to resist. This kind of strength was already beyond her comprehension. Ning Rongrong was also lost in thought. She first saw Lin Han and the others, her gaze pausing for a moment on Lin Han's cold, refined face. That day at the hotel entrance, she had indeed been quite frightened. But looking back on it, Lin Han had never targeted her from beginning to end, and hadn't even spared her a second glance. She hadn't been injured, just frightened. This created a very strange feeling in Ning Rongrong's heart. A bit of lingering fear, a bit of curiosity, and even a trace of indescribable relief. This guy, although ruthless in his actions, didn't seem unreasonable either. How should she put it, love-hate? Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind about something, she grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walked towards Lin Han and the others. Zhuqing, let's go over and see. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned, but she was still pulled along by her. Little Han, the two of them are walking over. The Ice Empress whispered a reminder, her tone carrying a hint of someone enjoying a spectacle. Lin Han was also a bit confused. What do these two want? Logically, shouldn't they be avoiding him? In the moment he was pondering, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had already walked up to the three of them. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell on Lin Han, filled with inquiry. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, gathered her courage and took the initiative to speak. Hello. Can we get to know each other? My name is Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Lin Han was stunned on the spot. What's going on? Is this Ning Rongrong a masochist? He had just beaten her classmate half to death the day before yesterday, and now she was proactively running over. A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind, but his face remained expressionless. Lin Han said slowly, I am Lin Han. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to say something more, a violent voice suddenly exploded from behind her. Chapter 16, Coercing Bone Douluo, Ning Fengzhai takes the initiative to admit fault. Kid, so you're the one bullying my granddaughter. Before the words even faded, a grey figure appeared like lightning in front of Ning Rongrong. It was none other than Bone Douluo Gurong. His old face was flushed red, and he glared at Lin Han with rage, looking as if he wanted to devour him. Ning Rongrong was startled. Grandpa Bone, what are you doing? Gurong ignored her, his spirit power exploding instantly as the pressure belonging to a titled Douluo crushed down toward the three of them. Daring to bully our 7 treasure glazed tile school's little princess, today I must dismantle your bones. However, his pressure had no effect on Lin Han and the others. Ice Empress even yawned, took a step forward, and a flash of impatience flickered in her orange-gold eyes. She hated it most when others disturbed her, and little Han while they were out. "You're so noisy, old man." As soon as she finished speaking, an aura far more terrifying than Gu Rong's exploded from Ice Empress's petite frame. Gu Rong's expression changed drastically. He felt an irresistible force crushing in from all directions. Without a second thought, his spirit instantly possessed him. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out, and Gu Rong's body was covered by a layer of bone armor. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. 9 spirit rings rose beneath his feet, dazzling and radiant, emitting the powerful aura of a titled Douluo. Pedestrians and vendors on the street had long since scattered in fear of this sudden turn of events, clearing out a large space. Under this pressure, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also turned pale, their breathing becoming difficult. Not far away, the figures of Ning Fengzhai and Sword Douluo Chenzin also appeared, both of them wearing a trace of helplessness on their faces. They knew of Gu Rong's protective nature. But just as Gu Rong revealed his spirit rings and prepared to act, the Ice Empress opposite him curled the corner of her mouth into a sneer. The next second, 9 spirit rings similarly emerged from beneath her feet. But their colors instantly petrified everyone present. Black, 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 red. 8 black 10,000-year spirit rings surrounded the final blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring. That dazzling red light made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The entire Heaven Dew city seemed to fall silent for a second the moment these 9 spirit rings appeared. The anger on Gu Rong's face instantly froze. He widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, as if he had seen the most incredible thing. That arrogant aura belonging to a level 95 titled Douluo melted away completely, like snow meeting the sun, in the face of Ice Empress's 8 black 1 red spirit ring configuration. His mind went blank. 8 black and 1 red. Where did such a powerhouse come from? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, standing not far away, were also completely stunned. Ning Rongrong's little face was deathly pale. She subconsciously covered her mouth, afraid she would scream. She was suddenly incredibly grateful. It was fortunate, so fortunate that when she went back yesterday to tell her father, Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone, she hadn't exaggerated and had just told the truth. If she had really talked nonsense and said the other party had provoked her, she didn't dare to imagine whether the 7-treasure glazed tile school would have invited a massive disaster upon itself because of her today. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, however, was completely different. She didn't feel fear, instead, a fire ignited in her chest. Her black eyes stared fixedly at the despair-inducing spirit ring configuration beneath Ice Empress's feet, her body trembling slightly from excitement. This was true power. It was the power she dreamed of possessing, enough to change everything and control her own destiny. Uncle Sword. At the street corner, Ning Fengzhai's voice was somewhat dry. He supported himself against the wall to barely steady his figure. Beside him, Chenzin's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Fengzhai, Chenzin's voice was deep. If we have your assistance, and Old Bone and I join forces, perhaps we could fight her. Perhaps, merely perhaps. Ning Fengzhai was shocked to his core. How arrogant was Sword Douluo Chenzin? With him joining forces with Bone Douluo, plus the amplification from his own 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, he only dared to say they could perhaps fight to a draw. And that was just this green-haired girl. What about the other ice-blue long-haired woman who hadn't made a move yet, with an even colder and more aloof temperament? Ning Fengzhai didn't dare to think any further. Ning Fengzhai was also somewhat grateful that he and Chenzin hadn't directly tried to pressure the 3 of them. If they had, they would have invited a powerful enemy for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. In this silent atmosphere, Lin Han spoke slowly. Lin Han looked at Gu Rong, his tone calm. What, are the people of the 7-treasure glazed tile school unable to accept losing? With one sentence, Gu Rong's old face instantly turned the color of liver. He was ashamed and angry, yet unable to lash out. If the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School provoked such a powerhouse casually, things would really blow up. It's not like that, it's not like that. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't be bothered with fear anymore. She quickly ran over and stood in the middle to explain. Lin Han, our 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School didn't mean that, Grandpa Bone. He was just too worried about me and thought you had bullied me. Lin Han frowned slightly. Regarding these 2 sect-protecting Douluos, who pampered Ning Rongrong to the heavens in the original work, he actually had no malice toward them. But today, if Gu Rong didn't provide an explanation, he probably wouldn't be able to leave in one piece. Just then Ning Fengzhai and Chen Xin also walked out from the street corner. A gentle smile hung on Ning Fengzhai's face as he stepped forward quickly and bowed slightly toward Ice Empress. Young friend Lin Han, 2 ladies, this matter is perhaps a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Ice Empress snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes glancing at him sideways. What misunderstanding? This old thing wanted to dismantle Little Han's bones as soon as he arrived. It's clearly bullying others by relying on his power. Ice Empress wasn't buying that. Yes, the lady is right. Ning Fengzhai lowered his stance extremely low, apologized again, and then turned to Gu Rong, his tone carrying a hint of severity. Uncle Bone, hurry and put away your spirit. Apologize to this crowned one and young friend Lin Han. Gu Rong's old face was flushed red, but under the dual pressure of the sect master and absolute strength, he could only roar unwillingly and retract his bone dragon spirit and the 9 spirit rings beneath his feet. The suffocating pressure on the street finally dissipated a little. Looking at this scene, Lin Han was also calculating rapidly. Fighting the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School here would have no benefits. Not to mention whether they could win, even if Snow Empress and Ice Empress could suppress them, then what? Kill Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School would be completely ruined. The already fragile balance between the upper 3 sects and Spirit Hall would be broken instantly, and the only one to benefit would be Spirit Hall. He hadn't grown strong enough yet, and couldn't become the bird that sticks out and stirs up trouble. Killing people at the slightest disagreement was the behavior of a brute. If he killed Bone Douluo today, tomorrow every power on the continent would treat him as public enemy number 1 and hunt him down. This was not what he wanted. He felt that the battle intent of the Ice Empress beside him had not yet dissipated, so Lin Han gently tugged on her hand. Ice Empress turned to look at him, her face full of confusion. Sister Binja, don't be angry anymore. Lin Han's voice was very soft. If I were bullied like this, you and Sister Zua would definitely stand up for me like this, I understand. Ice Empress was stunned for a moment, and then the impatience and murderous aura on her face instantly melted away. She snorted and turned her head away, but her clenched fist relaxed. Seeing this, Ning Fengzhai let out a long sigh of relief, knowing that today's crisis had passed. He stepped forward with a sincere smile on his face. Young friend Lin Han and the 2 crowned ones, today's matter was entirely the fault of our 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. If you don't mind, could you move elsewhere to let me express my apologies? We can consider this a case of not knowing each other without fighting. A titled Douluo had taken the initiative to provoke, and now the sect master himself had to come forward to apologize and invite them. This was enough of a gesture of respect. Just as Lin Han was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Lin Han. Everyone looked over together. They saw that Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent all along, had walked to the front at some point. She didn't look at anyone, her black eyes locked straight onto Lin Han, her eyes full of longing and determination. She took a deep breath and said to Lin Han, word by word, "Please teach me how to become strong." Chapter 17, Refusing Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fengzhai generously bestows 1 million. As Zhu Zhuqing's voice fell, Ning Rongrong opened her little mouth in shock, hurriedly reaching out to pull at Zhu Zhuqing's sleeve. Zhuqing, have you gone mad? Gu Rong's brows furrowed into a knot. This little girl in black had been hiding in the back just a moment ago, and now she was actually running out to ask for guidance. Chen Xin, however, thought a little higher of this girl's courage. To be able to stand firm under the pressure of 8 black and 1 red 100,000-year spirit rings, and even take the initiative to speak, this kind of temperament was truly rare. The smile on Ning Fengzhai's face stiffened slightly, then returned to natural. He stood still, wanting to see how this youth would respond. Ice Empress crossed her arms, looking Zhu Zhuqing up and down. "You are a very strange person. A few days ago, those people from your so-called Shrek Academy were trying to fight us to the death. Now you come running over to ask Little Han to teach you how to become stronger. On what grounds?" Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips, not refuting the Ice Empress's words. She only faced Lin Han, quietly waiting for a reply. Lin Han looked at the Zhu Zhuqing before him. He actually had no prejudice against Zhu Zhuqing as a person. In that bizarre Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing was one of the few who was truly working hard on cultivation. The cruel imperial competition of the Douluo Empire had forced her into a desperate situation. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Her fiancé Dai Mubai had run off to the Heaven Du Empire to indulge in debauchery, while she could only run off alone to find him, under the pressure of being wiped out at any moment. This tenacity was indeed worthy of affirmation. But Lin Han was not running a charity. In this world, every investment required a return. His most important task right now was to consolidate the cultivation results from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, and then head to the Breaking Clan to obtain information on the immortal herb. Lin Han shook his head slightly, his tone calm. "Give me a reason to help you." Zhu Zhuqing froze on the spot. What did she have? The status of the second young lady of the Zhu family in the Douluo Empire. It was worthless here. Money, resources. She seemed to have nothing. The only thing she could offer was herself. Zhu Zhuqing instantly sobered up. That's right, they were neither related nor acquainted. Why should anyone help her? She bowed deeply, her voice somewhat strained. "Sorry, I was abrupt." After saying this, she straightened up and silently retreated to Ning Rongrong's side. Ning Rongrong held her hand with some heartache, turned her head to look at Lin Han, and whispered, "If you won't teach, then don't. Why be so fierce? Zhuqing is so pretty, you really are insensitive to romantic feelings." Lin Han paid no attention to Ning Rongrong's complaints. Ning Fengzhai stepped forward at the right moment, interrupting the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Little friend Lin Han, not far ahead is one of the chambers of commerce belonging to our 7 treasure glazed tile school. We have offended you much today. Please move to that location and allow Fengzhai to express his apologies." This sect master handled his posture perfectly. He both provided a way out and didn't lose the face of a major sect. Lin Han tilted his head to look at the 2 elder sisters beside him. Snow Empress's expression was indifferent. She didn't care where they went. Ice Empress had her arms crossed, still sulking. Lin Han reached out and tugged at Ice Empress's sleeve. "Sister Binja, let's go have a cup of tea. I happen to be thirsty as well." Seeing Lin Han speak, Ice Empress finally snorted, lifted her chin, and glanced at Gu Rong. "For the sake of Little Han, I won't bother with this old bone today." Gu Rong's cheek twitched twice, and he forcibly endured it without saying a word. "Sorry to trouble you, Schoolmaster Enning, to lead the way," Lin Han said. Since the 7 treasure glazed tile school was taking the initiative to show goodwill, there was no need for him to narrow his path. Ning Fengzhai turned to the side and made a gesture of invitation, while Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong followed silently behind, without saying a word. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong hurriedly grabbed Zhuqing's arm and muttered in a low voice. "Zhuqing, don't pay attention to that block of wood. Come on, let's go to my family's chamber of commerce to eat something delicious. If you don't want to go back to the Douluo Empire, you might as well stay at our 7 treasure glazed tile school. With Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone here, no one can bully you." Zhu Zhuqing was pulled forward by Ning Rongrong, her steps somewhat heavy. "Thank you, Rongrong." She lowered her head, but in her mind, the scene from the night before yesterday appeared uncontrollably. That day, Lin Han had beaten the Shrek group to a pulp at the hotel entrance. Dai Mubai was severely injured and fell unconscious. After waking up, not only did he not reflect on the gap in strength, but instead he threw a tantrum in the room, smashing things. What made Zhu Zhuqing feel most desperate was that Dai Mubai, having nowhere to vent his anger, actually ran to her room, wanting to forcibly possess her. She resisted with all her might to force Dai Mubai back. After being rejected, Dai Mubai cursed loudly, turned around and left the hotel, running to the most famous brothel in Heaven-Du City. This was the hope she had risked her life to escape the Star Luo Empire to find. A piece of trash who only knew how to indulge in lust and escape when encountering setbacks. Mud that couldn't be plastered onto a wall. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, her gaze falling on the straight-backed youth walking ahead. Both were 15 years old. Dai Mubai was level 38, obsessed with women all day, and could only rage impotently when encountering a strong enemy. While Lin Han was a 5-ring spirit king, defeated Shrek with a single sword, and even had a top-tier powerhouse by his side who could make a titled Douluo bow their head. This was the true posture of a powerhouse. She needed power. Only by being strong enough could she escape the cruel fate of the Star Luo Empire and hold her own destiny in her hands. Perhaps joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a good choice, Zhu Zhuqing whispered softly. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's Chamber of Commerce was extremely luxurious. In an elegant VIP room, everyone took their seats as hosts and guests. Enning Fengzhai personally poured tea for the 3 of Lin Han, his posture extremely low. Little friend Lin, today's matter was indeed our sect's rudeness. Rongrong is the treasure held in the palm of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Uncle Bone was just worried and acted rashly, which led to the misunderstanding just now. His words were earnest, attributing the cause of the matter to an eagerness to protect their own. Gu Rong sat to the side. Although he still had an unhappy face, he didn't speak again. Chen Xin closed his eyes to rest, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Lin Han picked up the teacup and took a light sip. Elders doting on juniors, I can understand. However, anything taken to excess is bad. Sometimes, excessive doting is not a good thing. This remark was pointed, making Ning Rongrong's little face turn slightly red, and she puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Enning Fengzhai, however, felt a chill in his heart and nodded solemnly. What you say is true, little friend. Fengzhai has been taught a lesson. Lin Han put down the teacup and continued. As for any conflict between us and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, there was none to begin with. Let today's matter end here. He didn't want to waste too much time on such matters. Hearing this, the heart that Ning Fengzhai had been holding up finally let go completely. He took out 2 cards from his storage spirit tool. One was purple all over, inlaid with gems, and the other was made of pure gold. Little friend Lin is straightforward. Fengzhai admires that. Enning Fengzhai pushed the 2 cards in front of Lin Han. This purple gold card is the highest level VIP card of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Holding this card, any consumption in the Heaven-Du Empire, or even throughout the entire continent at any property bearing our sect's logo, is completely free. Additionally, this one contains 1 million gold coins, which is a small token of our sect's apology for today. I hope you will not refuse. 1 million gold coins and an unlimited purple gold card, just like that. The financial power and extravagance of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were evident. Enning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both looked at the cards on the table with surprise. Ice Empress's eyes brightened. She seemed very interested in that purple gold card that could be used to spend money freely. In the human world, whether eating or buying things, gold coins were needed. Lin Han didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to put the 2 cards away. Seeing him accept it, the smile on Ning Fengzhai's face became even more sincere, which meant that the grievances between the 2 sides were completely resolved. Chapter 18 Target, Breaking Clan. Enning Fengzhai took the opportunity to speak. Little friend Lin, I wonder what brings you all to Heaven-Du City this time. If there is anything you need help with from our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, please don't hesitate to ask. These words were spoken with great skill. They expressed closeness while also giving the other party full freedom. Lin Han held his teacup, steam curling upwards. My two older sisters and I are from the extreme north. We have come out for training this time. Meeting Miss Rongrong a few days ago was just a coincidence. We should be leaving Heaven-Du City afterward to continue on our journey. This explanation fell into Ning Fengzhai's ears, making him even more certain of his previous speculation. The extreme north. That frozen, desolate land covered in ice and snow all year round was rarely visited by humans, yet it was also the most likely place for unknown reclusive powerhouses or sects to appear. This young man and the green-haired girl were both top-tier ice attribute spirit masters. Although the other tall woman did not reveal her spirit rings, the natural chill surrounding her was clearly related to ice and snow. The claim that they came from the extreme north was highly credible. I see. Ning Fengzhai acted as if he had just realized. No wonder you and these two young ladies are all ice attribute spirit masters. It turns out you are from the extreme north. That place produces many powerhouses, and seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation. His words were perfectly pitched, acknowledging the other party's strength without appearing overly sycophantic. If you are not in a hurry to leave and plan to stay in Heaven-Du City, you are welcome to visit our 7 treasure glazed tile school at any time. Although our sect is not as quiet as your reclusive one, we do have some influence in Heaven-Du City. Ning Fengzhai extended a formal invitation. Lin Han heard this and slowly said, "If there is time, I will naturally visit." A polite phrase, but it could also be considered accepting the favor. Ice Empress curled her lips, having no interest in such pleasantries. She picked up an exquisite osmanthus cake, took a small bite, and focused entirely on the food on the table. To her, sects or whatever were far less tangible than these delicious things. Snow Empress sat quietly, her expression indifferent. Ning Rongrong pulled on Zhu Zhuqing's hand to the side and whispered, "Zhuqing, look at him, he is so arrogant." Zhu Zhuqing did not make a sound, just watched quietly. She could feel that from beginning to end, this young man's rhythm had not been disrupted by anyone. Whether facing Bone Douluo's pressure or Ning Fengzhai's goodwill, he maintained his own pace. This composure was completely unlike a 15-year-old boy. Lin Han put down his teacup and changed the subject. "Schoolmaster Ning, I have heard that the Breaking Clan's medicine refining techniques are very strong. I wonder how much you know about the Breaking Clan." Ning Fengzhai was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting him to ask about this. The Breaking Clan was one of the 4 affiliated clans, originally under the Clear Sky sect. Ever since the Clear Sky sect closed its mountain and went into seclusion, these 4 clans had faded from the sight of top-tier powers, but how could the sect masters of the upper 3 sects not know of their foundation? A look of seriousness appeared on Ning Fengzhai's face. "Little friend Lin is interested in the Breaking Clan." "I have heard a little," Lin Han replied. Ning Fengzhai pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts. The Breaking Clan is indeed the top pharmaceutical clan on the continent. Their spirit is the Soul Breaking Spear, which has extremely strong attack power, but they are most famous for their skills in medicine and poison. It is said that their clan leader, Yang Wudi, has a fiery temperament and is upright and unyielding. His mastery of the soul-breaking spear is superb, and he is almost unrivaled at the Spirit Douluo level. He should currently be near Longsing City in the Star Luo Empire. He paused and continued, "The 4 affiliated clans under the Clear Sky sect each have their own strengths. The Strength clan with the Hercules gorilla spirit excels at forging. The Defense clan with the plate-armored giant rhinoceros spirit has astonishing defensive power but is best at construction. The Speed clan with the needle-tailed swift spirit is extremely fast and excels at gathering information." Ning Fengzhai recounted this information without any concealment. These matters were secret news to ordinary spirit masters, but among the upper echelons of the upper 3 sects, they were not considered secrets. Lin Han listened quietly, keeping this information in his heart. It seems his plan to go to the Breaking Clan to obtain information on immortal herbs was the right path. Having chatted to this point and asked what needed to be asked, Lin Han prepared to stand up and leave. "Many thanks to Schoolmaster Ning for clearing up my confusion. Let's stop here for today. We have other matters to attend to, so we will take our leave." Ning Fengzhai also stood up. "I will see you all out." The group walked out of the VIP room. Upon reaching the door, Lin Han's footsteps paused. he turned around and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who had been following behind Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened, and she subconsciously straightened up. Lin Han looked at her. If you want to gain power, then train with all your might. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is also a good place for you. After saying this, he did not linger, turning and leaving with Ice Empress and Snow Empress, leaving Zhu Zhuqing stunned in place. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment, then shook Zhu Zhuqing's arm vigorously, her face full of excitement. Zhuqing, did you hear that? He also thinks you should stay at our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I told you, with my father, Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone here, who would dare bully you. As for that Daimubai, let him go to hell. Zhu Zhuqing did not answer immediately. She just kept ruminating on those 2 sentences from Lin Han. That's right, if you want to gain power, you must train with all your might. She traveled thousands of miles from the Star Luo Empire to Heaven Dew City, wasn't it just for this? But she had placed her hopes on a good-for-nothing, and the result was even deeper despair. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The #1 support system sect on the continent, with 2 titled Douluo presiding. Here she could obtain the best cultivation resources and have the safest shelter. All she needed to give was her own effort and loyalty. Zhu Zhuqing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if expelling all the confusion and weakness in her heart. She raised her head, and a glimmer of light reignited in her once hollow eyes. Rongrong thanked you. She turned to Ning Fengzhai and bowed deeply. Schoolmaster Enning, I would like to stay at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A gentle smile appeared on Ning Fengzhai's face. He glanced in the direction Lin Han had left, and his estimation of this young man in his heart rose a few notches. He gave him a favor, and he returned it immediately, while also gifting the Sect A seedling with excellent talent and character. This deal was not a loss. On the streets of Heaven Dew City, Ice Empress finally could not hold back and tugged on Lin Han's sleeve. Little Han, what were you saying to that girl in black, so wishy-washy? When are we going to that breaking clan place? Staying here is really boring. Lin Han didn't stop walking. Sister Binja, don't be impatient. We will return to the Sunset Forest first. I need to spend some time consolidating the results of the ice and fire body tempering. Once I come out of seclusion, we will set off. Snow Empress walked on the other side and spoke softly. You helped that girl, aren't you afraid of trouble? Lin Han shook his head. It was just a casual remark, she has to walk her own path in the end. Ice Empress heard this, only half understanding, but she grasped the main point. Then how much longer do we have to wait? Lin Han calculated the time. Half a month at most, we will set off for the breaking clan. Chapter 19, Zhu Zhuqing is completely disappointed. Qian Rengxiu is shocked to investigate 8 black and 1 red. Lanbo Academy. When Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing returned to that simple dormitory, the atmosphere was so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. Zyro Wu, who had been hiding in the room because Ning Fengzhai and the 2 titled Douluo were present earlier, immediately rushed out. She ran a few steps to Ning Rongrong, her face full of eagerness and anticipation. Rongrong, how was it? Did Uncle Ning and the others come? Did they help us get revenge? Was that bastard who hurt third brother caught? Ning Rongrong opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, then helplessly shook her head. Her mind was filled with the visual impact of the Ice Empress's 8 pitch-black spirit rings and 1 blood-colored spirit ring. No. Ning Rongrong's voice was a bit hoarse. That person has a titled Douluo protecting him, and he is very strong. What? The anticipation on Zyro Wu's face vanished instantly. Could even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School not deal with that person? Then what about third brother's revenge? Was the spirit bone that was ripped out of him alive just going to be let go like that? A mixture of anger and helplessness welled up in her heart. 2 massive figures appeared in Zyro Wu's mind involuntarily. Da Ming, Ming. When she has a chance to return to the Stardew Great Forest in the future, she must let Da Ming and Ming take action. No matter what title Douluo it is, in front of Da Ming and Ming, they must be torn to pieces. She secretly made up her mind, and the resentment in her heart eased slightly. On the other side, from the moment she entered the door, Zhu Zhuqing silently scanned the entire dormitory. She did not see that familiar yet disgusting figure. "Where is Dai Mubai?" she asked softly, no emotion detectable in her voice. Oscar, who was leaning against the corner sighing, lifted his eyelids upon hearing this, his tone a bit strange. "Zhuqing, are you looking for the boss?" He went again. Oscar didn't finish, but Zhu Zhuqing already understood. It was the brothel again. Zhu Zhuqing slowly closed her eyes. She thought of Lin Han. Both are youths, both have outstanding talent. One can remain calm even when facing a titled Douluo, while the other only knows how to vent his anger on women after being defeated, and then think with his lower body. By comparison, they are worlds apart. There was no more hesitation, no more wavering. Zhu Zhuqing's heart died completely at this moment. Meanwhile, Heavendu City, Crown Prince's residence. Zhu Qinghe, dressed in the luxurious casual attire of the Crown Prince, was reviewing the memorials in his hand. A guard dressed in black appeared silently in the study, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness, there is a secret report." "Speak." Zhu Qinghe did not even lift his head. Today, the 7 treasure-glazed tile schools Bon Douluo Gu Rong had a standoff with a mysterious powerhouse in the city. Oh, Zhu Qing's pen tip paused. What was the result? Not many people in Heavendu City dare to provoke Bon Douluo's strength. The guard's voice lowered even further. The two sides did not fight. According to reports, that mysterious powerhouse's spirit ring configuration is 8 black and 1 red. What? Zhu Qinghe raised his head abruptly, his usually gentle and warm face revealing genuine shock for the first time. 8 10,000-year spirit rings, 100,000-year spirit ring. What kind of monster configuration is this? Among the elders of Spirit Hall, apart from Grandfather, no one could possess such a spirit ring configuration. Moreover, accompanying that powerhouse is a 15-year-old youth, a 5-ring spirit king. The guard continued to add, the one who severely injured the Shrek Academy group a few days ago was that youth. Zhu Qinghe naturally knew about the Shrek matter, fighting in the street, extracting a spirit bone, and Shrek was also expelled from the Heavendu Imperial Academy because of Prince Zhu Exing. Zhu Qinghe frowned tightly. A 15-year-old 5-ring spirit king, with a titled Douluo with such a terrifying spirit ring configuration by his side. This is definitely not something that can be cultivated by an ordinary faction. Able to have a standoff with Bon Douluo yet end peacefully, and teacher was also present, she quickly grasped the key point. Yes, Your Highness. Sect Master Enning finally invited that group into the 7 treasure-glazed tile schools' Chamber of Commerce, seemingly resolving the conflict. Kaiyan Renxiu slowly leaned back in her chair, her slender fingers tapping gently on the table. Enning Fengzhai never does business at a loss. He chose to make friends rather than enemies, which shows that the other party's strength has already made him feel wary. A top-tier powerhouse not under the control of Spirit Hall, and a young genius with unlimited potential. This is not good news. Investigate. Kaiyan Renxiu's voice returned to calm, but the meaning contained within it was chilling. Investigate the origins of this youth, and the 2 women by his side, down to the very bottom. Yes. The black-clad guard's figure disappeared into the shadows once again. 1 month later. Starluo Empire, northwest border, Luofeng City. The name of this city has a poetic feel, but the city itself appears somewhat desolate. The city walls are mottled, and the pedestrians on the streets are mostly in a hurry, carrying a bit of a fierce aura. This place is adjacent to the Heavendu Empire and is a buffer zone between the 2 countries, where all kinds of people mingle. 3 figures appeared outside the city gate, attracting quite a few inquisitive gazers. The leading youth had light ice-blue long hair, his temperament cold and otherworldly. Beside him were 2 stunning women, one with green twin tails, petite and carrying a bit of arrogance, the other with white hair reaching her ankles, like an ice and snow goddess, untainted by the mortal world. They were Lin Han, the Ice Empress, and the Snow Empress, who had set off from the Sunset Forest and stopped and went along the way. This month they were not in a hurry to travel. Lin Han spent half a month consolidating his cultivation at the ice and fire yin-yang well, completely absorbing the effects of the ice and fire body tempering, and his spirit power stabilized at the peak of level 53. Afterward, the three traveled all the way south, crossing more than half of the Heaven Dew Empire. The Ice Empress came to the human world for the first time, seeing everything as novel, and almost tasted all the snacks in every city along the way. Although the Snow Empress did not talk much, she also enjoyed this rare leisure. "Is this Luofeng City?" The Ice Empress had a sugar painting she just bought in her mouth, speaking indistinctly. "It looks so dilapidated, not as fun as Heaven Dew City." Lin Han ignored her complaints. The map in his hand was obtained in exchange for the internal intelligence network access of the 7 treasure glazed tile school that came with the gold card Ning Fengzhai gave him. It clearly marked the clan territory of the Breaking Clan. The three of them stepped into Luofeng City. The scene inside the city was just as its name suggested, carrying an air of desolation. The buildings on both sides of the street were mostly stone and wood structures, weathered by the elements, far from as prosperous and exquisite as Heaven Dew City. The pedestrians on the road were also mostly in a hurry, carrying a sense of fierceness and vigilance unique to border cities. "Zua, little Han, let's go in and take a look around." The Ice Empress flicked her emerald-green twin-tails, her orange-gold eyes sparkling with curiosity. This month she ate from one city to another, and had developed a strong interest in the various snacks of the human world. Although not being able to act at will made her a bit stifled, it did indeed grind away some of her irritable temper. Let's go into the city for a stroll. The Breaking Clan's base is in the city. We will go and visit tomorrow," Lin Han replied. The Snow Empress had hair like a waterfall, her temperament cold, just quietly following by Lin Han's side, saying softly, "I will listen to little Han." Regarding the Breaking Clans, Lin Han already had a plan in mind. He currently had no intention of building his own faction, only wanting to reach a cooperation with them. The medicinal effects of the immortal herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well are overbearing. While taking them directly has significant effects, it is ultimately somewhat wasteful. If he could utilize Yang Wudi's pharmaceutical skills to refine these immortal herbs into pills more suitable for himself, the Ice Empress, and the Snow Empress, it would undoubtedly maximize the medicinal effects. And the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb in his hand was the best key to open the stubborn stone that is Yang Wudi. Chapter 20, Luofeng City, Breaking Clan, Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb. The three of them walked along the main street, and Ice Empress was soon attracted by the small stalls on the roadside. This, and that, I want them all." She held a skewer of freshly grilled meat in one hand, while her other hand was already pointing at the fruit stall next to it. Lin Han was helpless and could only follow behind to pay. Snow Empress walked quietly. Occasionally, when she saw something novel, a faint ripple would appear in her sky-blue eyes. The combination of the three of them was truly too eye-catching. Lin Han had long ice-blue hair and an extraordinary temperament. Snow Empress had white hair that was ethereal, like a goddess. Ice Empress had green hair, was petite, lively, and proud. No matter where they went, they were the focus of the crowd. "Look, that family of three looks really good." "Yeah, that man and that white-haired woman look like a celestial couple, and their daughter is so lovely too." Tusk, these genes are really impeccable." The whispers of several passers-by clearly reached the ears of the three. Ice Empress, who was just about to snatch the sugar painting from Lin Han's hand, froze instantly. "A family of three. Daughter, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio." "Who is the daughter?" Ice Empress's cheeks instantly puffed up like buns, 2 small flames ignited in her eyes, and she turned her head to glare at the gossiping passers-by. A chilling cold air uncontrollably radiated from her body. Those passers-by only felt their necks go cold, as if they were being watched by something terrifying, and they instantly fell silent, lowered their heads, and hurried away. "Who is his daughter, this?" Ice Empress stomped her feet in anger and was about to lash out, but Snow Empress reached out and gently pressed on her shoulder. Sister Binger, don't bother with them, Snow Empress soothed. Lin Han also had a headache. He reached out and handed the delicate phoenix sugar, painting to Ice Empress's mouth. Sister Binger, don't be angry. Ice Empress glared at Lin Han, but in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of food. She opened her mouth and chomped off the phoenix's head, chewing it indignantly. Snow Empress looked at them with a smile on her lips. Is this what the life of ordinary people is like? The next day in the south of Luofeng City, a mansion covering a vast area stood quietly. Unlike the carved beams and painted pillars of the wealthy mansions in Heaven Du City, this mansion was built entirely of hard black rock, appearing somewhat simple. It was precisely the residence of the Breaking Clan. Lin Han stepped forward a few steps and spoke to the two capable guards guarding the mansion gate. Please report, I am Lin Han, here to see the clan leader, Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan. The two guards scanned him up and down, then looked at Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who had different temperaments behind him, with a hint of disdain on their faces. Is the clan leader someone you can see just because you want to? Where did this brat come from? Get lost. One of the guards waved his hand impatiently. The other guard's gaze lingered on Ice Empress and Snow Empress with unmasked greed. Kid, take your women and get lost quickly. This is not a place for you. Lin Han's expression did not change. He turned around and looked at Ice Empress beside him. Sister Binger. Ice Empress understood, flicked her green twin tails, and her eyes instantly lit up. Don't worry, leave it to me. She had been impatient for a while. The next moment, an indescribably terrifying aura erupted from Ice Empress's petite body. The ultimate cold spirit power of a titled Douluo level instantly enveloped the entire mansion gate. Thump! The two guards didn't even have time to scream. Their eyes rolled back, and they were directly pressed to foam at the mouth by this pressure, fainting on the spot. On the thick black rock gate of the mansion, a layer of emerald green frost was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, deep in the mansion, a sharp, unparalleled aura soared into the sky. Who is being presumptuous? Accompanied by an angry shout, a thin, tall figure, fast as a black lightning bolt, instantly appeared at the mansion gate. The person was tall and thin, with black hair, a gloomy face, and cold, murderous light in his eyes. It was none other than the clan leader of the Breaking Clan, Yang Wudi. He was not holding a spear in his hand, but he was like a peerless, ferocious spear ready to strike. Yang Wudi's gaze locked onto the source of the pressure, Ice Empress, immediately. His heart shrank violently. Such a strong pressure. This aura was even stronger than the titled Douluo from Spirit Hall that he had sensed from afar. This green-haired girl was definitely a terrifying powerhouse he could not match. Yang Wudi raised his entire spirit power instantly, his muscles tense, ready for a life-and-death battle. Just at this tense moment, a cold, indifferent voice sounded. Sister Binger, that's enough. Ice Empress, who was having fun releasing the pressure, heard Lin Han's words, and the excitement on her face instantly subsided. That terrifying aura, enough to make a titled Douluo fearful, dissipated just like that, as if it had never appeared. She turned back into the petite, proud girl, ran a few steps to Lin Han's side, and muttered dissatisfiedly. Little Han, it was just getting started. Yang Wudi was completely stunned. He was prepared for a fierce battle, even prepared for death, but the scene before him made him completely unable to understand. The woman who released the terrifying pressure was actually obedient to this ice blue-haired boy who looked only 18 or 19 years old. This boy was the one in charge. Yang Wudi's brain couldn't quite turn around. His gaze shifted back and forth between the three. That boy with a cold temperament could not be fathomed. That white-haired woman, standing quietly from beginning to end, gave him an even more unfathomable feeling, as if she were a void. Lin Han stepped forward and nodded slightly to Yang Wudi. Clan leader Yang, I am Lin Han. I came uninvited, so please forgive me for any offense. Yang Wudi's gloomy face was expressionless. He did not relax his vigilance, his voice dry. "Who exactly are you? What is your business coming to my breaking clan?" Lin Han did not beat around the bush. He knew very well that for someone like Yang Wudi, the most direct approach was the most effective. "I want to talk to clan leader Yang about a big business deal." "Business?" Yang Wudi frowned deeply. He didn't think his clan could have any business dealings with these three mysterious people. He was more inclined to think that the other party was here to find trouble. Seeing Yang Wudi's full face of vigilance and suspicion, Lin Han didn't say much more. He just gently spat out 6 words. "Yaoxiang Kiluo Immortal Herb." The moment the words fell, Yang Wudi's eternally gloomy face was incredibly shocked. He stared fixedly at Lin Han, his eyes full of shock. "Yaoxiang Kiluo Immortal Herb." That supreme immortal herb that only existed in the family's ancient classics, known as the nemesis of all poisons, and could make the wearer immune to all poisons. How could this boy know this name? Is he toying with me? No, impossible. Being able to say this name means he must know information about this immortal herb, or perhaps he even has it. As this thought appeared, Yang Wudi's breathing became heavy. His shocked voice even trembled slightly. Young master, do you actually have the Yaoxiang Kiluo Immortal Herb?" Chapter 21, revealing the Yaoxiang Kiluo Immortal Herb, Yang Wudi goes completely mad. Yang Wudi's breathing grew rapid, his gloomy, aged face flushed crimson, and he stood frozen in place as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell. Lin Han's expression was calm. His voice indifferent. "Is this how you treat your guests, clan leader?" With that single sentence, Yang Wudi snapped back to reality. Only then did he realize he was still blocking the doorway, and the 2 terrifying existences behind the other party were watching him quietly. Yang Wudi's aged face heated up. The previous grimness and vigilance vanished without a trace. He hurriedly bowed and made a gesture of invitation, his voice tinged with a hint of urgency. This old man was rude. "3 distinguished guests, please come in." He turned to the side, personally guiding Lin Han and the others across the courtyard towards the main hall of the residence. Along the way, he wanted to ask several times, but swallowed the words back every time they reached his lips. His heart was in turmoil, terrified that he had misheard, yet also afraid that the other party was merely toying with him. The main hall of the breaking clan was simply furnished. Aside from the necessary tables and chairs, there were no extra decorations, and every detail exuded a rugged, austere style. Yang Wudi loudly called for a maid to serve the best fragrant tea, then waved his hand to dismiss everyone, leaving only the 4 of them in the hall. He rubbed his hands together, restless and uneasy. His typically sinister eyes were now filled with anticipation, staring unblinkingly at Lin Han. Lin Han picked up his teacup and gently blew on the steam, but did not drink. This unhurried attitude made Yang Wudi even more anxious and unable to bear it. Just as Yang Wudi was about to lose his patience and speak again, Lin Han finally put down the teacup. He stopped stalling and brushed his hand across the wishful 100 treasure purse at his waist, causing a peculiar immortal herb to appear in his hand. It was a large, pink flower swaying leisurely, with a stem 3 feet long and a blossom at the top a foot in diameter. Every petal looked as if it had been carved from pink crystal, translucent and sparkling, emitting a faint halo even in the dim light of the hall. A faint, elusive fragrance instantly permeated the air. "This!" Yang Wudi's body sprang up from the chair. He leaned forward, staring fixedly at the large pink flower, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His calloused hands trembled slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Lin, young Master Lin, could this be?" His voice was dry, his tone filled with disbelief. "Clan leader Yang, feel free to take a look." Lin Han handed the immortal herb over. Yang Wudi practically lunged forward. He extended his hands, but his movements became incredibly gentle, as if he were cradling a rare treasure, carefully taking the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb. As the flower came into his hands, a strange, warm sensation washed over him. He brought the flower before his eyes, carefully examining the texture of every petal, his nostrils flaring as he greedily inhaled that elegant, faint fragrance. The more he looked, the more intense the excitement on his face became. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he fished a small porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out a pitch-black pill. He brought the pill close to the flower. A strange scene occurred. The faint black toxic aura lingering on the pill vanished into nothingness the moment it touched the pink halo emitted by the flower. Hiss, Yang Wudi gasped. This was the 7-step soul-severing powder he had concocted himself, a lethal poison that kills instantly upon contact with blood, yet it couldn't even get close. It's real, it's actually the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb. Clutching the immortal herb, Yang Wudi trembled with excitement, muttering incessantly like a child who had received a beloved toy, his gloomy, aged face crinkling with a smile. Beside them, Bingdi watched Yang Wudi's uncomposed state, puzzled, and leaned into Lin Han's ear. "Little Han, is this thing really that good? Look at how excited he is, he's almost drooling." Lin Han smiled and whispered an explanation. "Sister Binja, this clan leader Yang is obsessed with alchemy and toxicology. As long as you wear this Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb, you will be immune to all poisons. With it, clan leader Yang will never have to worry about being backlashed by toxins while researching those highly poisonous substances in the future. To him, this is a priceless treasure." Bingdi nodded in sudden realization. Oh, so it's a life-saving tool. She had no concept of poison. After all, her ultimate ice could purify the vast majority of toxins. Just as the two were whispering to each other, Yang Wudi finally calmed down a little from his ecstasy. He carefully placed the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb back on the table. After doing this, Yang Wudi turned to Lin Han and solemnly cupped his hands in a salute. "Young Master Lin, I truly love the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb. I wonder what you would require to part with it." Yang Wudi's attitude was very good. He had lived for so long, his pride had never allowed him to bow to anyone, but today, in front of this immortal herb, he had temporarily set aside all his pride. For its sake, and to be able to go further on the path of alchemy and toxicology, he was willing to pay any price. "As long as you are willing to part with it, I am willing to discuss any terms," Yang Wudi added. Lin Han looked at Yang Wudi calmly, that composure making Yang Wudi feel even more uneasy. The atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat stagnant. Bingdi, waiting on the side, grew a bit impatient and nudged Lin Han gently with her elbow. "Little Han, why waste time talking to him? Why not just empty out their treasury? I see his house is quite big, there must be plenty of good stuff," Bingdi muttered softly. Although her voice was small, Yang Wudi heard it clearly, and a bead of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. This green-haired girl would truly dare to do such a thing. Snow Empress glanced at Bingdi, and only then did Bingdi reluctantly shut her mouth, picking up a pastry from the table, stuffing it into her mouth, and chewing it indignantly. Lin Han put down the teacup with a soft clink. He finally spoke, his voice indifferent. "Clan leader Yang, what do you think you have that I need?" Yang Wudi was stunned. Indeed, the other party was accompanied by 2 terrifying powerhouses of unfathomable strength, and could even casually produce legendary immortal herbs. What could his breaking clan possibly have that would catch their eye? Gold coins, they didn't seem to be lacking. Rare medicinal herbs, they even had immortal herbs. Spirit bones, the breaking clan had withered to this point, they couldn't even produce a decent spirit bone. Yang Wudi's face turned slightly pale. After much thought, the only things he could offer seemed to be his own alchemy skills and the combat power of their entire breaking clan. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "In this life, aside from cultivation, I have been obsessed with the art of pharmacy. If you do not mind, young master, I am willing to refine pills for you for 10 years. Although my breaking clan has fallen, there are still 300 battle-hardened spirit masters in the clan who can serve you." Chapter 22, The 10-Year Agreement, I Soul Jade Marropil. 10 years of alchemy and 300 battle spirit masters will serve you loyally. When Yang Wudi said these words, his spine was as straight as a rod, his face filled with the resolve of someone burning their bridges. This was everything he could offer. Lin Han had not expected Yang Wudi to say such a thing. His original intention was just to borrow the other's alchemy skills. As for subjugating the breaking clan, it was all up to fate. But since Yang Wudi had offered it himself, Lin Han had no reason to refuse. 10 years was enough. In 10 years, Lin Han was confident he could attain a god position. Good. Lin Han uttered this single word. He picked up the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb from the table and tossed it forward casually. From today on, this item is yours. Yang Wudi subconsciously reached out his hands, catching the immortal herb with somewhat stiff movements. He was completely stunned. It was that simple. He had been prepared for the other party to continue bargaining or even propose harsher conditions. But Lin Han's decisiveness caught him off guard. Holding the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb, Yang Wudi's calloused hands were trembling slightly, and his perpetually sullen old face had flushed red from excessive excitement. "Thank you, young master." He bowed deeply toward Lin Han. This bow was one of heartfelt submission. "The 10-year agreement begins today. I, Yang Wudi, will never break my word." Lin Han looked at him calmly, and this composure made the awe in Yang Wudi's heart deepen even further. This young Master Lin acted in a way that completely defied convention. "Don't be so quick to thank me." Lin Han's voice sounded again. Yang Wudi's heart tightened and he looked up. He saw Lin Han gently brush his hand over the wishful 100 treasure purse at his waist. The next moment, a small pile of plants appeared out of thin air on the red mahogany table in front of him. Each one exuded either a rich or delicate fragrance, with shimmering, precious light flowing around them, and the pure energy fluctuations made the air in the entire main hall feel viscous. This is. Yang Wudi's eyes instantly widened. He saw that snow-white orchid with 8 petals in full bloom. He also saw that pristine white flower, resembling a green lotus and white lotus root. There were also a few he didn't recognize, but just by looking at their quality and the terrifying energy contained within them, he knew they were absolutely treasures of the same level. 8-petal immortal orchid, Narcissus jade muscle and bone. Yang Wudi's voice was trembling. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He suddenly looked up, staring fixedly at Lin Han, as if he had seen a ghost. "Heavens, I thought that guy old white bird's nin. 9-rank blood dragon ginseng was already a rare masterpiece in this world, but I didn't expect that you, young master, you actually have so many immortal herbs here." Yang Wudi began to stutter. He felt like he had used up his entire life's supply of shock in just this one day. First, the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb. Now, a whole pile of immortal herbs of the same level. Had this youth emptied out some divinity's back garden? Ice Empress watched Yang Wudi's inexperienced display from the side, curled her lip, picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, shoved it into her mouth, and said indistinctly, "What a fuss, little Han has plenty more treasures." Lin Han ignored their reactions. He pointed to the immortal herbs on the table and spoke to Yang Wudi. "These 2 sisters of mine are both powerful titled Douluo. Take a look and see if you can refine pills suitable for them to consume using these medicinal materials." Yang Wudi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He walked quickly to the table, his sinister eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. He reached out his hand, but didn't dare to touch them easily, instead keeping a distance of an inch, carefully identifying them one by one and sensing the medicinal properties contained within. This young lady has a cold, ethereal temperament with an inner chill, so she must be of the ice attribute. Yang Wudi's gaze fell on Snow Empress, then turned to Ice Empress. And this young lady, her aura is overbearing and biting, with an unparalleled sharpness within the chill. He pondered for a moment, then carefully picked out 4 plants from the pile of immortal herbs. They were exactly the 8-petal immortal orchid and narcissus, jade muscle and bone, that Lin Han had given to Ice Empress and Snow Empress, but which they had not yet consumed, along with 2 other auxiliary immortal herbs carefully selected by Yang Wudi. "Young master, these are the 4. Yang Wudi's tone was filled with complete certainty and a hint of fanaticism. The 8-petal immortal orchid's medicinal properties are extremely pure and gentle, while the narcissus jade muscle and bone can moisten tendons, strengthen bones, and clear meridians, supplemented by these 2 immortal herbs that consolidate the foundation and condense energy. It is enough to refine 2 Ice Soul Jade Marrow Pills. These pills can perfectly fuse the medicinal power of the immortal herbs, gently improve the two young ladies' cultivation, and further temper their physique and spirit power. Most importantly, there won't be any waste of medicinal power. Lin Han nodded. Professional matters should still be left to professionals. How long will it take? Fastest 7 days, slowest half a month. Yang Wudi patted his chest in assurance. I will use the secret alchemy techniques inherited by my breaking clan to refine the pills for the two young ladies myself. Yang Wudi's assurance was resounding, and Lin Han was very satisfied with this. Lin Han put the remaining immortal herbs on the table that were not needed for now back into the wishful 100 treasure purse. Good, during this time, I will be at the Finglin Hotel in Luofeng City. Once you have finished refining them, come there to find me. Yang Wudi nodded quickly, as if afraid Lin Han would go back on his word, and agreed immediately. Looking at Lin Han now, he was no longer seeing a 15-year-old youth, but a walking treasury, an unfathomable monster. Yang Wudi pondered for a moment. If he could keep this great Buddha within the clan, wouldn't that be even better? He spoke respectfully. Young master, the breaking clan also has excellent guest rooms. Wouldn't you three like to stay here? Before Lin Han could speak, the Ice Empress on the side was unhappy. She had just been made drowsy by the boring alchemy topic, and now, hearing that they were to stay here, her little face immediately fell. No, this place smells like medicine. What's good about staying here? Ice Empress tugged on Lin Han's sleeve and whispered coquettishly. Little Han, didn't you say you would accompany us to stroll around the city? Lin Han patted her hand soothingly, then turned to Yang Wudi, his tone flat. No need, I still want to accompany these two sisters of mine to tour the city. Hearing this, Ice Empress's eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of her mouth curled upward uncontrollably. Snow Empress watched from the side, shaking her head helplessly, but she didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Yang Wudi dared not insist further, and hurriedly bowed to see them off. It was my oversight. I won't disturb the three of you any further. He personally escorted the three of them to the mansion's main gate, his attitude over 100 times more respectful than when they had arrived. Until the three figures disappeared around the corner of the street, Yang Wudi remained standing in place, clutching the Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb tightly to his chest, the look of wild joy on his face still unfaded. Chapter 23, Heavenly Tribulation Danger, Target, Capture the Tianmeng Iceworm. Leaving the Breaking Clan's residence, and walking along the wide streets of Luofeng City, the Ice Empress was clearly in an excellent mood. She had swept away her previous gloom, becoming vibrant and cheerful. One moment she was looking at the roadside stalls, and the next she was pointing at a distant restaurant, chattering away incessantly. Little Han, did that old man just say he was going to refine those plants and herbs into pills for us to eat? The Ice Empress leaned in close to Lin Han, her emerald green twin tails swaying as she looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Does that mean if I eat that Ice Soul Jade Marrow pill, my cultivation can increase even further? Lin Han nodded, but there wasn't much joy on his face. Increasing cultivation also meant that the heavenly tribulation was drawing near. Lin Han was somewhat worried that Sister Binger and Sister Zuya wouldn't be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. In the dragon city of the Douluo II era, there was 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow beneath the well of the Earth Dragon Gate. However, Lin Han wasn't sure if he could find the 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow of the Earth Dragon Gate from the Douluo II era while in the Douluo II era. If he couldn't find it, Lin Han wasn't sure if he should let the two sisters take this pill. That's great, the Ice Empress clapped her hands excitedly. That old man is too slow, taking 7 days or half a month. Can't he hurry up? I can't wait. For her, there was nothing that made her happier than increasing her strength. Watching her impatient appearance, Lin Han paused slightly, his expression becoming a bit more serious. Sister Binger, this matter has both advantages and disadvantages. HM, the Ice Empress tilted her head in confusion. There are downsides to increasing strength. The Snow Empress, standing to the side, also looked over. She knew that Lin Han wouldn't speak without reason. Lin Han gathered his thoughts and explained. The pill can indeed allow your cultivation to increase greatly in a short time, but it will also cause your next heavenly tribulation to arrive sooner. Sister Zuya is at 660,000 years of cultivation, and the next heavenly tribulation is at 700,000 years. Sister Binja, you are at 370,000 years, and the next one is at 400,000 years. After the pill increases your cultivation, this time will be greatly shortened. Heavenly tribulation. As soon as these two words were spoken, most of the excitement on the Ice Empress's face dissipated. A spirit beast's heavenly tribulation occurred every 100,000 years, each time more terrifying than the last. It was a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all high-level spirit beasts, a fate they could not escape. The Ice Empress curled her lips and muttered somewhat defiantly. So what if it's a heavenly tribulation? What's there to be afraid of? If it dares to come, I'll smash it to pieces. Although her words were tough, she knew very well that the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation was no child's play. During her last 300,000-year heavenly tribulation, she had nearly lost half her life and had to recuperate in the extreme north for tens of thousands of years before recovering. The Snow Empress's expression was much more solemn. She understood the terror of the heavenly tribulation even better than the Ice Empress. Each of her heavenly tribulations was enough to plunge the entire extreme north into a natural disaster. She might not be able to survive this 700,000-year heavenly tribulation unscathed. Seeing the two of them suddenly fall silent, Lin Han reached out, taking one of their cool hands in each of his. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress both looked up at him simultaneously. Sister Zuya, Sister Binja, I have some thoughts on this matter. Lin Han's voice was soft, soothing their emotions. That Tianmeng iceworm, I've heard Sister Binja mention it. If we can find it and devour its energy, it should be able to help you survive the heavenly tribulation, right? Tianmeng iceworm. The Ice Empress's eyes lit up suddenly, but then they drooped, and she spoke indignantly. That detestable big worm. It stole and ate all the 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow in the extreme north. It's absolutely hateful. If I find it, I will definitely tear it into pieces. She had harbored hatred for tens of thousands of years against that big worm that had stolen their extreme north treasure. The Snow Empress was much calmer. She squeezed Lin Han's hand back and asked, Little Han, do you have information about it? Lin Han shook his head, then nodded. We've searched the extreme north for so many years and found no trace of it. It must not be there anymore. Within the Douluo Continent, other than the extreme north, the largest gathering place for spirit beasts is the Stardew Great Forest. If it is still in this world, 9 times out of 10, it's there. Another day, we can go and explore the Stardew Great Forest. Stardew Great Forest. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress exchanged a glance, both seeing the decision in each other's eyes. All right, the two replied in unison. The cloud hanging over the three of them was dispersed quite a bit by this new goal. The Ice Empress's mood improved again, and she pulled on Lin Han's arm, weaving through the night market of Luofeng City once more. The three of them wandered until late at night, before returning to the Finglin Hotel to rest. In the following days, 3 ethereal figures could always be seen in Luofeng City. During the day, Lin Han accompanied the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress to enjoy the scenery, tasting all the local snacks in the city, almost touring the entire Luofeng City. The Ice Empress's laughter grew clearer day by day. Lin Han secretly vowed in his heart that he must protect the smiles of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Any obstacle standing in front of the 3 of them must die. At night, Lin Han would return to his hotel room, sit cross-legged, and concentrate on cultivation. In a flash, half a month passed just like that. That afternoon, Lin Han was in the room, guiding the Ice Empress on the precise control of cold energy, when the door was gently knocked. Lin Han opened the door, and standing outside was none other than Yang Wudi. Having not seen him for half a month, this clan head of the Breaking Clan looked somewhat exhausted, with faint dark circles under his eyes, but his gloomy eyes were shining with an almost fanatical light. Young master, seeing Lin Han, Yang Wudi said in an excited voice, I have successfully completed the mission. He stepped aside, and Lin Han saw 2 clansmen following behind him, carefully holding a box made of warm jade. Returning to the room, Yang Wudi personally took the jade box and presented it to Lin Han with both hands. Young master, please take a look. Lin Han took the jade box. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. Opening the lid, a strange medicinal fragrance, mixed with the scent of orchids and the essence of plants, instantly permeated the air. 2 pills the size of dragon eyes, crystal clear throughout, as if carved from ice and beautiful jade, were lying quietly on the red silk. The surface of the pills was surrounded by a faint cold mist, and light seemed to flow within them. One look and it was clear that they were no ordinary items. I have named this pill the Ice Soul Jade Marrow Pill. Yang Wudi's tone carried immense pride. It perfectly fuses the medicinal properties of 4 immortal herbs, and the medicinal power is gentle and mellow. There will absolutely not be a single bit of waste. Lin Han nodded and handed the jade box to the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress beside him. Sister Binja, Sister Zuya, take them now. After what had happened before, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were no longer worried about the heavenly tribulation. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress had privately discussed that if they really couldn't survive the heavenly tribulation in the future, they would sacrifice themselves to Lin Han. Instead of dying under the heavenly tribulation, it would be better to become Lin Han's strength. The two did not hesitate anymore, took the pills, and popped them directly into their mouths. The pills melted upon entering their mouths, turning into 2 extremely pure warm currents that instantly surged into their entire bodies. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress immediately sat cross-legged and began to circulate their energy to refine this massive medicinal power. Lin Han stood by to guard them while saying to Yang Wudi, "Thank you for this. Young master, you are too kind. Being able to refine pills for you is this old man's honor," Yang Wudi said with a smile. Yang Wudi was also very proud. He had actually refined such a pill. For someone obsessed with alchemy, this was a tremendous achievement. Chapter 24, Yang Wudi submits. Ice Empress and Snow Empress's cultivation increases. Lin Han watched the almost obsessive pride on Yang Wudi's face and had a plan in mind. There were countless immortal herbs and spiritual medicines within the ice and fire yin-yang well. Although he recognized some, he couldn't name most of them. If he were to build his own faction in the future, a top-tier spirit master proficient in pharmacology would be invaluable. Furthermore, Yang Wudi could discuss poisons with Du Gubo. For both of them, this was a temptation they could not refuse. Lin Han immediately asked, "Clan leader Yang, have you ever thought about taking the Breaking Clan and leaving this remote Liufeng city?" Yang Wudi was stunned, not understanding why Lin Han would suddenly ask this. "Leave," he gave a bitter smile. "Our Breaking Clan offended Spirit Hall. Other than this backwater on the border of the Star Luo Empire, where else can we go?" "Go to Heaven Du City," Lin Han said with a calm tone. Heaven Du City? Yang Wudi was even more confused. Heaven Du City was the capital of the Heaven Du Empire, incredibly prosperous, but it was also a place where various forces were entrenched, far more complex and dangerous than Liufeng City. Lin Han didn't explain directly, but changed the subject. "Aren't you curious about where that Yaoxiang Kiluo immortal herb of mine came from?" Yang Wudi's heart skipped a beat. Of course he was curious. Not just curious, he had been dreaming about this question for the past half-month. What kind of blessed land could produce such a peerless immortal herb that only existed in ancient texts? He raised his head, his voice somewhat dry. "Please enlighten me, young master." Lin Han didn't hesitate and said that treasure land is in the Sunset Forest. It originally belonged to the poisoned Douluo Gubo, but for some reasons, it belongs to me now. Yang Wudi was shocked. The Sunset Forest, the poisoned Douluo Gubo. He hadn't expected Lin Han to actually have a connection to the poisoned Douluo, but come to think of it, given the strength of the 2 young ladies beside Lin Han, even Du Gubo could not defeat them. Lin Han watched his reaction and continued, "If clan leader Yang is willing to go to Heaven Du City, I can allow you to enter it to cultivate. Of course, only you can enter. And I think you would be very happy to discuss poison techniques with Du Gubo." This sentence immediately moved Yang Wudi. Discuss poison techniques with the poisoned Douluo. In that medicine garden filled with treasures. For a spirit master obsessed with pharmacology and attack power, this was an irresistible temptation. As for the risks of Heaven Du City, to hell with the risks. In his life, when had he, Yang Wudi, ever been afraid? What about Spirit Hall? Back then, when the Clear Sky sect was sealed, didn't their breaking clans survive by gritting their teeth? Now that such a heaven-sent opportunity existed, if he missed it because he was timid, he would not be able to rest in peace even in death. Furthermore, Yang Wudi looked at Lin Han. This young man could tell him such important information, clearly intending to subdue him. This sincerity and confidence sparked a long-lost passion in his heart. Following such a person might be far better than guarding the stagnant water that was the breaking clan. Thump! Yang Wudi knelt on one knee, his movements crisp and neat, without any hesitation. He cupped his hands, bowing his head deeply. Young master's great kindness, Yang Wudi has no way to repay. From now on, my breaking clan is willing to follow you, young master, through fire and water, without hesitation. His voice was hoarse, but it carried a resolute determination. Lin Han hadn't expected him to be so decisive, directly performing such a grand gesture. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. A spirit master with attack power comparable to a titled Douluo, and a clan skilled in alchemy. If he really wanted to build his own faction, this was indeed a powerful force that could not be ignored. Good, Lin Han helped Yang Wudi up. Clan leader Yang can start arranging the relocation. If you encounter trouble in Heaven Du City, you can go find Dugubo and mention my name. He will help you. As for that treasure land, just let him take you there. Yang Wudi was overjoyed. Thank you, young master. But then he felt some doubt. Young master, are you not returning to Heaven Du City with us? Lin Han shook his head and explained, my two sisters and I might need to take a trip to the Stardew Great Forest. Yang Wudi didn't ask further. After bowing respectfully, he turned and left quickly, unable to suppress his excitement. He had to return immediately, gather all the clansmen, and prepare for the migration. The room returned to silence. Half an hour later, two distinct yet equally chilling auras rose from the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who were sitting cross-legged. The Ice Empress suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of ecstasy in her orange-gold pupils. She could clearly feel that the spirit power within her body had become unprecedentedly vigorous and pure. The threshold to 400,000 years seemed within reach. My cultivation. The Ice Empress's voice trembled with disbelief. It actually increased by 20,000 years. 20,000 years. For spirit beasts of their level, without a miraculous encounter, even thousands of years of bitter cultivation might not yield such growth. Now, after swallowing one pill, she had completed thousands of years of hard work. Her cultivation had soared directly from 370,000 years to 390,000 years. The Snow Empress also slowly opened her sky-blue eyes. Feeling the changes in her body, a look of surprise appeared on her face as well. Her cultivation had increased by 10,000 years. Although it was not as much as the Ice Empress, she already had a cultivation of 660,000 years. The base was larger, and the difficulty of improvement increased geometrically. This 10,000 years of cultivation was even more precious than the Ice Empress's 20,000 years. Little Han, this pill, the Snow Empress looked at Lin Han, shocked. It's too amazing. The Ice Empress couldn't help but jump up from the ground, hugging Lin Han's arm and shaking him excitedly. Little Han, you're the best. That old man is so good at alchemy. I feel like I'm full of energy now. I really want to find some blind guy to fight. Lin Han felt a bit helpless as she shook him. Sister Benja, stop shaking me. Now that the Ice Empress's cultivation had reached 390,000 years, it was time to go to the Stardew Great Forest. The three decided to set off immediately. Lin Han wanted to look for traces of the Tianmeng iceworm, and also wanted to see for himself what the Stardew Great Forest of this era was like. Especially those legendary overlords. The carriage sped along the official road. The Snow Empress looked at the scenery flying past outside the window, then looked at Lin Han, who was resting with his eyes closed beside her, and spoke softly. Little Han, will traveling around like this delay your cultivation? Lin Han opened his eyes and smiled gently. Walking through the world and seeing all the scenery is a form of cultivation in itself. He paused and added, besides, I also cultivate at night, so it won't be delayed. The Ice Empress chimed in from the side. Exactly, Zua, don't worry, little Han is very capable. Besides, with us two protecting him, who would dare to bully him? The Snow Empress rolled her eyes at her and didn't say anything more. The carriage headed south, passing through towns and crossing mountains. A few days later, they finally arrived at the Stardew Great Forest. Chapter 25, Zyro Wu returns home. Stardew Great Forest, Star Lake. The lake water was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the shadows of towering ancient trees. By the lakeside, two behemoths stood quietly. One of them, with a bull's head and snake's body, its massive head larger than a house, was the king of the forest, the sky azure bull python, Da Ming. The other was the titan giant ape, Ming, standing over 15 meters tall with a violent, muscular, mountain-like physique. And in front of the two beasts stood Zyro Wu. Because the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School failed to help Tang San get revenge, Zyro Wu was furious and had returned to the Stardew Great Forest to seek help. Da Ming, Ming, you must help me. Zyro Wu stood between the two giant beasts. Her figure was small, but her voice was full of sobs and hatred. Tear stains hung on her fair little face, and she clenched her fists, repeating what had happened in Heaven Do City. Of course, in her description, Ma Hongzhen only flirted a little, but that teenager named Lin Han was ruthless, directly crippling Ma Hongzhen, injuring everyone else, and finally, cruelly stripping the external spirit bone from Tang San's back while he was still alive. Third brother, he is in so much pain, Zyro Wu said, tears falling uncontrollably again. He has never suffered such a serious injury before. That person is a devil. Hearing Zyro Wu's roar, the titan giant ape Ming slammed his massive fist into the ground, causing the entire lakeshore to tremble. Sister Zyro Wu, don't cry. Anyone who dares to bully Sister Zyro Wu, I will go and smash them to death for you. The sky azure bull python Da Ming was much more composed. It looked at Zyro Wu with its lantern-like giant eyes, its deep voice echoing through the forest. Zyro Wu, the people you mentioned have very distinct physical characteristics. We will remember them. As long as they dare to step into the Stardew Great Forest, we will ensure they never return. Da Ming had a good impression of Tang San, and furthermore, Zyro Wu was the sister they had watched grow up. Now that she had suffered such a great grievance, they could not sit idly by. Thank you, Da Ming, Ming. Zyro Wu wiped away her tears, a smile finally appearing on her face. With Da Ming and Ming there, she felt confident. What did it matter if those 3 people were powerful? Could they compare to the emperors of the Stardew Great Forest? I have to go back, otherwise everyone will be worried, Zyro Wu said. I will take you. The titan giant ape Ming volunteered. It stretched out its fan-like giant palm, carefully lifted Zyro Wu, and placed her on its broad shoulder. Sitting on Ming's shoulder, Zyro Wu had a wide view, and her heart felt much more at ease. She looked back at the Lake of Life and secretly swore. Lin Han, you just wait for me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Stardew Great Forest, 3 figures were walking unhurriedly towards the depths. This place is so humid and sticky, it's really uncomfortable. Bingdi tugged at her dress, her emerald green twin ponytails swinging with her movements, her face full of disgust. She still preferred the dry, icy cold of the extreme north. Sister Binger, be patient a little longer. Once we find the Tianmeng iceworm, we will return, Lin Han soothed gently. Zudi walked on the other side, saying nothing, but the faint cold air radiating from her body had already made the surrounding air much fresher. It's so annoying, these little bugs buzzing around, and there are always spirit beasts without eyes poking their heads out in front. Bingdi puffed out her cheeks, somewhat impatient. As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible, terrifying pressure quietly released from her body. In an instant, all insect chirps and bird calls within several miles ceased. Lin Han was already accustomed to this. It certainly saved a lot of trouble. The 3 continued deeper, unimpeded along the way. On the other side, the titan giant ape Ming was carrying Zyro Wu, striding towards the outer edge of the forest. Suddenly, Ming's mountain-like body stiffened, and its forward momentum came to a sudden halt. Ming, what's wrong? Zyro Wu was lost in thought and was shaken back to reality, asking doubtfully. The Titan giant ape did not answer. Unease appeared in its crimson giant eyes, and its massive head turned sharply towards a certain direction deep in the forest. A terrifying aura was coming from that direction. Ming, Zyro Wu called out again, looking in the direction of its gaze. Among the dense jungle, 3 figures slowly walked out. Leading them was a teenager with ice-blue long hair, standing tall with a cold aura. He was followed by 2 stunning women, one with hair as white as snow, and one with hair as green as grass. It's them. Zyro Wu's body tensed instantly, and monstrous hatred surged from the bottom of her heart. Talk about finding something without even looking for it. She was just worrying about not being able to find them, and they had actually delivered themselves to her doorstep. Ming, it's them. Zyro Wu stood up excitedly, pointing at the 3 people in front, her voice becoming sharp with excitement. Quick, beat them up for me, grab back third brother's spirit bone. Zyro Wu's piercing scream penetrated the forest. Lin Han stopped. He looked up and happened to see the girl in pink, sitting on the Titan giant ape's shoulder. Little Han, look, it's that rabbit. Bingdi raised her hand, pointing forward. She even jumped with excitement. Under that rabbit, she's riding a 100,000-year-old gorilla. Lin Han was amused by Bingdi's words. Yes, looking at her baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, it's clear she came specifically to find trouble for us. Bingdi put her hands on her hips and laughed aloud. Great, I was just worrying that I hadn't encountered a suitable punching bag while traveling these past few days. As soon as she finished speaking, Bingdi bent her legs slightly. She leaped out instantly, rushing straight towards the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape Ming let out a heaven-shaking roar. It felt the terrifying pressure rushing towards it. The strength was definitely above its own, but it did not flee in fear. Ming's massive palm grabbed Zyro Wu from its shoulder and threw her hard towards the star lake in the rear. Sister Zyro Wu, go find Da Ming quickly. Zyro Wu screamed in panic in midair, her body flying rapidly towards the deep forest. Sending Zyro Wu away, Ming beat its chest with both arms. A circle of earth-yellow halo spread from its body. Gravity domain. The surrounding trees could not withstand this heavy pressure and snapped one after another. The soil on the ground collapsed in layers. Bingdi rushed into the range of the earth-yellow halo, but her speed did not decrease. Just this much gravity, are you looking down on me? Bingdi's crisp voice rang out in midair. Behind her, the phantom of the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion appeared. Her hands and forearms were quickly covered with a layer of diamond-like particles. Ice Jade Empress Scorpion's claw. Ming raised its head, its massive right fist slamming upwards. Titan's fist. This punch carried a piercing sound of breaking wind, heading straight for Bingdi in midair. Bingdi did not dodge or evade, her petite body directly meeting that massive fist. The 2 fists collided, and the sound of cracking bones rang out instantly. Ming let out a painful howl. Its proud Titan giant arm was instantly covered with a layer of thick frost. The power of extreme cold crazily drilled into its meridians along its fist. The huge recoil made Ming's massive body retreat repeatedly. It crashed through more than a dozen towering giant trees before barely stopping. That's it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, like, comment, and subscribe to AI Otaku Studio for more stories. Check out my other channel, Infinite Novel Audio, and I'll see you in the next chapter.